Chapter 1596. Is he the Demon King Du Xiaofu? Why would the ferocious Demon King appear among us? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's reputation had already spread far and wide. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. They were astonished. What are you trying to do? Our people are all inside. You won't get away scot-free. Qinzhi looked at Du Xiaofu, who was walking out. His heart was trembling, and he felt an unknown fear. There are still people from the legalism inside? That's great. I don't have to look for them anymore. Du Xiaofu revealed a pleasantly surprised smile as he walked towards Qinzhi. Run! Qinzhi was afraid. He gritted his teeth and weighed the pros and cons immediately. He turned around and fled. He wanted to escape back into the array. At that time, he would be more confident in dealing with Du Xiaofu. As for the 20 or so Purple Feather Sect disciples outside, he didn't have any hope at all. The surrounding people and the Purple Feather Sect disciples were stunned. No one had expected that the dignified disciple of the legalism would turn around and flee after seeing Du Xiaofu. Still want to run? Just as Qinzhi turned around and fled, a calm voice sounded. The void fluctuated, and golden light spread out. Qi! Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qinzhi like a ghost. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qinzhi's neck. The disciple of the legalism, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the world, was grabbed by Du Xiaofu like an eagle grabbing a chick. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Our people are inside. They won't let you go. Qinzhi's eyes were filled with fear. His voice was hoarse, and his face was flushed. Blue veins popped out on his face, and he looked ferocious. Go out and remember to tell those old fogies from the legalism. I'll kill every one of them I see. I'm serious. Bang! By the time Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Qinzhi had already been crushed in the void, turning into a mist of blood. After Du Xiaofu quickly took the Qiankun bag, he wanted to imprison the life-saving talisman again. However, he was still unable to do so. He could only watch as Qinzhi was taken away by the life-saving talisman. He was unable to kill him completely. Those who believe in legalism, kill them all. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past the 20-plus Violet Feather Sect's disciples, and he attacked once again. The disciples of the Purple Feather Sect were not true martial domain realm beginners. They only possessed the strength of a martial domain realm beginners in the divine domain. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu was already strong enough to crush everyone at the same level. Now that Du Xiaofu had broken through to Nirvana realm, his cultivation and strength were not suppressed at all. How could these disciples of Purple Feather Sect be his match? Bang, bang, bang! A low dull sound was heard as dozens of Qiankun bags appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. Dozens of Violet Feather Sect's disciples were instantly killed, and they were wrapped in the life-saving talisman and left. Qi La! A strange rune erupted from Du Xiaofu's palm, and it seemed to be connected to the divine domain. It was something that Du Xiaofu had comprehended when he was on the magnificent light path. It actually imprisoned the life-saving talisman for a moment, but it soon lost its effect. The life-saving talisman, along with the Violet Feather Sect's disciples, continued to mysteriously disappear in an instant. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate, and a look of joy appeared on his face. At least he had made a new discovery about the strange life-saving talisman. Then, his body was shrouded in golden light, and he directly entered the talisman array and disappeared. As for the people in the valley, Du Xiaofu did not care about them. It had nothing to do with him, and he did not need their help to deal with the people of legalism. Although these people were not a mob, they were definitely not of much use. Inside the valley, it was silent. Seeing Du Xiaofu instantly kill more than 20 people of the same cultivation level as him like a tiger in a flock of sheep, the surrounding creatures were shocked. They could not believe it, and they could not calm down. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is too terrifying! Someone exclaimed, and his heart trembled. It was rumored that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was the #1 person of the younger generation in Kyushu, and he could be compared to the peak of the younger generation of the 9 great families. He lived up to his reputation. The deep valley was silent, and it was somewhat dark. In front of them, there were a few ancient towering trees that were more than 100 jang tall, and it was shocking. What was even more shocking about these towering trees was that they did not have any leaves. They were like dead trees that had lost their vitality. However, the canopy of the trees covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the originally dim vision. Only a little light was able to shine through the layers of branches into the deep valley. It was very strange. The entire deep valley was filled with an ancient aura of desolation. It was like an ancient battlefield, and the air was also filled with a kind of chill. Under a large tree, there were dozens of figures sitting cross-legged with their backs against the tree. Their bodies emitted a bit of pressure and a bloody aura. Some of them had bloodstains and injuries on their bodies, but they were quickly recovering. There was no doubt that these people had just experienced a shocking battle. There was a young man who seemed to be the leader of the group, and he was very extraordinary. If Du Xiaofu were here, he definitely would not be unfamiliar. Li Chuya of Legalism, whom he had fought on the Legalism Martial-Proof platform. He was an extraordinary existence, and his talent was one of the peak existences of his generation in legalism. At this moment, there were around 50 people around Li Chuya. There were only a few disciples of the Purple Feather sect, but there were around 30 followers of legalism. There were only around 10 true disciples of legalism, and his status was the highest among them. It could be seen invisibly. "Those lions roar demonic beetles are too terrifying. They can't be killed," said a young man of legalism. His clothes were tattered, and his aura fluctuated violently. It was obvious that he had just fought a great battle and had consumed a lot of energy. "The lions roar demonic beetles come from ancient times, and they have long been extinct in the outside world. Their individual cultivation is not strong, but they live in groups. When they appear, they are densely packed and endless. Their defense is also very strong. It is said that a group of lions roar demonic beetles in the beast sovereign realm can exhaust a martial domain expert to death. The group of lions roar demonic beetles inside are already close to the beast sovereign realm, and some of them seem to have mutated, becoming more and more difficult to deal with and terrifying," said a middle-aged man. He was also a member of legalism, and he was a protector. He had just reached the martial domain realm, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He had read some unofficial history, and recognized the lions roar demonic beetles in the valley. The fluctuations in the valley must have been left behind by an ancient expert. It's a pity that those lions roar demonic beetles are blocking the way. It's not that we can't kill them, but we will have to pay a heavy price. Li Chuya frowned. From the situation of the battle just now, if they attacked with all their strength, they would have a chance to kill their way out. However, they would definitely leave behind many corpses, and many people would be killed. The terrifying thing was that those strange lions roar demonic beetles specialized in devouring flesh and bone marrow. In the beginning, they wouldn't immediately kill people, but once they died, it was very likely that the life-saving talisman would only be able to protect the origin spirit, and not the flesh and bone marrow that had already been devoured. Just now, more than a dozen followers and a few disciples of Purple Feather sect had been devoured, leaving behind only their origin spirits that had been taken away by the life-saving talisman. Several legalism disciples had been injured, and Li Chuya had consumed a lot of energy, so he couldn't help but be worried at the moment. However, there were astonishing energy fluctuations in the valley. It was definitely left behind by an expert or an ancient expert. This was a great opportunity, and Li Chuya couldn't give it up. "Don't worry, when Qingzhi brings people in, we'll have a chance." The middle-aged legalism protector who spoke at the beginning revealed a smile. When they brought some cannon fodder from outside to stop those lions roar demonic beetles, it would be easy to enter the valley and obtain the treasures. Thinking of this, everyone present also revealed a smile. To them, letting Qingzhi go out and bring 200 people in was purely to be cannon fodder, just to be food for those lions roar demonic beetles. "It's almost time, right? Why hasn't Qingzhi brought people here yet? Could something have happened?" A woman was worried. She was also a legalism person, and her delicate appearance made the disciples of Purple Feather sect and followers secretly size her up. If they could climb up to a higher branch, they would be able to struggle less for at least 300 years in the future. There are many people outside, but there shouldn't be anyone who dares to provoke legalism. With Qinjia personally going, there shouldn't be any problem, the middle-aged protector said. He was very confident that there wouldn't be many people who would dare to provoke legalism. Someone's coming. Li Chuya raised his head and looked at the entrance. His vision was dim. Someone was coming. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked into the distance. In the dim vision, there was a figure coming from the entrance. There's only one person, and it's not Qinjia. Immediately, someone discovered that there was only one person. Under the probing of the primordial spirit, it wasn't Qinjia's aura, so it couldn't escape their probing. Swoosh, swoosh, golden light flashed, and a figure landed, immediately appearing clearly in front of them. He was wearing purple battle clothes, and his face was resolute and determined. His clear eyes were somewhat frightening. Du Xiaofu! When that figure appeared, the expressions of the dozens of figures changed abruptly. All of them stood up and became vigilant. Their gazes immediately landed on Du Xiaofu's body with vigilance. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across Li Chuya and the others, and then he looked into the depths of the valley. Roar! The shocking roars of beasts were like the roars of lions and tigers, shaking people's souls. The air was filled with a desolate aura, and there were rich energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the valley. There should be treasures there. Where's Qinjia? The middle-aged legalism protector stared at Du Xiaofu. He was a protector of legalism, and he had seen Du Xiaofu in the legalism era. He had also personally experienced the humiliating history of the patriarch of the legalism era being slapped in the face and being slaughtered by the experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Cold light shot out from his eyes, and killing intent surged. Du Xiaofu's appearance here made him suspect that Qinjia had already been killed. I killed him! Du Xiaofu's gaze retracted from the depths of the valley and swept across the middle-aged man, Li Chuya, and the others. Faint golden light gushed out from his eyes, and the coldness was undisguised. No matter how strong you are, can you do anything to all of us? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on coming. The middle-aged protector looked at Du Xiaofu, and his killing intent surged. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he said to the people around him, Did you see that? This brat doesn't have a life-saving talisman. He might have already died once, and if he dies again, he'll be dead for sure. Haha, he really doesn't have a life-saving talisman on him. Kiki, he really doesn't have a life-saving talisman. He's here to die. Hearing this, the legalism disciples were immediately overjoyed. They looked at Du Xiaofu's forehead, and indeed, there was no trace of a life-saving talisman. As long as they killed him, it would be a real death. Boom! Dozens of people's auras suddenly erupted. At this moment, all of them had the aura of the early martial domain realm. They all knew how strong Du Xiaofu was. However, at this moment, with more than 50 people against one person, they were absolutely confident that Du Xiaofu was here to die. How arrogant! The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth lifted as he looked at the dozens of people who had already vaguely surrounded him. He appeared to be extremely relaxed. However, there was a frightening stern glint sweeping across those faintly golden eyes of his as killing intent flashed across them. Attack with all your might, suppress this bastard! The middle-aged protector took the lead and released his aura. Runes shone brightly like a rising sun, and a vast aura accompanied by a great pressure. Roar! He activated his martial vein, activated his spiritual vein spirit, and activated the legalism's aura. In an instant, he charged towards Du Xiaofu with a violent aura. Boom, boom, boom! Dozens of auras erupted in the surroundings, rushing into the clouds and shaking the deep valley. Bright and dazzling light illuminated the dark deep valley. Roar! At this moment, the deep valley was also affected by something. Suddenly, lion roars and tiger roars resounded through the clouds. All of this happened in an instant. Accompanied by the middle-aged legalism protector, dozens of attacks came from all directions towards Du Xiaofu, suppressing Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu directly. Chapter 1597. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, as fast as lightning. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care too much about all of this. He wasn't afraid even if they were at the same cultivation level, not to mention that Du Xiaofu's cultivation wasn't suppressed yet. His cultivation was at the nirvanic realm. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the entire valley. It was as if thunder was rumbling as the aura surged and shook the void. Just as the attack swept over, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. Roar! The entire valley rumbled as countless roars reverberated. It was extremely domineering, like a chain of thunder from the 9 heavens. The sound waves swept out like a tsunami, surging in all directions. The towering trees in front of him exploded one after another, the ground exploded, and the mountain rocks turned into fine powder. The sound waves almost shattered the void, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. Along with the energy ripples of the golden runes, it spread out like a raging ocean, destroying everything. Bang! 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 The middle-aged guardian and Li Chuya's first attacks were destroyed. They couldn't resist the terrifying sound waves at all. Then, their defenses were destroyed. Amidst the horror in their eyes, their bodies cracked and exploded. Dozens of people were killed by the sound waves in a short period of time and taken away by the life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu had made preparations in advance, but he only took away some qiankun bags. He still couldn't seal those strange life-saving talismans. The entrance to the valley was a mess, with explosions everywhere. The towering trees were destroyed, and the lion's roar and tiger's roar seemed to have been intimidated and began to quiet down. What's inside? Du Xiaofu looked at the depths of the valley. There were energy fluctuations there. Go in. Covered in golden light, Du Xiaofu didn't delay and began to enter the valley. Du Xiaofu didn't let his guard down. Li Chuya and the others didn't dare to enter. There was probably a huge danger inside, so they couldn't be careless. Whoosh! 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 Above the Chenhuang continent, people were falling from the sky. Legalism's Li Chuya and the others appeared. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their faces were gloomy. What happened? Legalism's people asked. Their expressions were also ugly. It's Du Xiaofu. He's attacking us! The middle-aged protector gritted his teeth. He had never thought that Du Xiaofu would be able to kill them with a single roar. His strength was too terrifying. Bastard! Hearing this, many of the legalism elders, Li Chenfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others coldly shouted. Their expressions were gloomy and ugly. He did it alone? A legalism elder asked. There were more than 50 people, yet they were all killed inside. Just him. Li Chuya gritted his teeth, his face twitching. More than 50 people had been killed by one person with a shout, and he was also one of the top figures of the younger generation of legalism. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it was the truth. Hearing Li Chuya's words, the legalism elders and experts' expressions were gloomy to the extreme. They were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Haha, that little demon king really did make a move. Legalism's nightmare has begun. Legalism is that brat, right? A Nirvana realm expert. What a savage guy. Legalism is shooting itself in the foot. Legalism is probably regretting it so much that its intestines are turning green. Some of the top experts in the surroundings mocked without holding back. They were not afraid of legalism. Humph. Li Chenfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other legalism experts snorted, but they did not dare to say anything. Legalism had already been targeted by many people. At this moment, they did not dare to casually provoke their opponents. Regret? If I let that brat jump around for a few more days, he'll be dead sooner or later. Li Chenfa said in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the space of the divine domain, many people fell down again. There were disciples from various factions, as well as rogue cultivators. They were all a little unsettled. What they had just encountered was death, and they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Among them, there were many followers of legalism, as well as disciples of legalism. We've encountered an ancient array. There are ancient beasts' descendants inside. It's too scary. Experts from various factions understood the situation and asked those who had fallen out of the divine domain. They found out about the situation inside. Some people had encountered danger, while others had encountered the ancient beast's descendants. It's the work of the golden-winged rocks. Their physical bodies are too strong. The desolate nation is besieging us. They have too many people. The desolate nation has our half-step sacred artifact, the sky-shaking plate. The yin-yang school is also attacking us. And the Mo family. They're also attacking us. As for the disciples and followers of the legalism school, they were all aggrieved and furious. They had all been killed when they encountered the golden-winged rock. The desolate country, and even the disciples of the yin-yang school and Moism school would not be able to escape being surrounded and hunted down. Bastard! The legalism experts were enraged and their eyes were burning with anger. Icy Ink, old freak Xinghun, are you going to start a war with legalism and break the ancient alliance? Li Chenfa glared at Icy Ink and old freak Xinghun. He did not expect the yin-yang school and Mo family to attack legalism. It's no big deal for young people to get into a fight while searching for opportunities inside. If the school of legalism is afraid, just send a message inside and tell the juniors of the school of yin-yang to yield to your school of legalism. Old freak Xinghun spoke. Although he was half a generation younger than Li Chenfa and Qin Tianshi, his strength was not much weaker. His words were extremely vicious. You! Li Chenfa glared at old freak Xinghun, but there was nothing he could do. We have to continue looking for opportunities inside. After that, the disciples and followers of legalism gritted their teeth and continued to enter the divine domain. They could not resist such a huge temptation. The valley was deep and dark, and an intimidating chill pervaded the air. This place was like an ancient battlefield. Roar! The roars of lions and tigers could be heard. In the dim light, there were countless scarlet light spots the size of small glass balls. They were densely packed and covered the entire valley. Terrifying demonic aura filled the air, causing one's heart to tremble. That is... Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he took a closer look. Those were actually countless fist-sized bugs. They were completely black and their carapaces were filled with demonic aura and strange runes. Their eyes emitted a scarlet light and they had sharp fangs. They looked sinister and terrifying. Roar! These bugs stared at Du Xiaofu and seemed to be disturbed. They cried out in unison and gathered together. It was like the roars of lions and tigers. It was deafening and shook one's soul. So those beastly roars were actually produced by these bugs. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised as he looked at those malevolent bugs. They looked terrifying and had powerful auras. Every single one of them was at the transcendent level of the revered beast realm. Some of them were very special. They were dark red and their auras were even more terrifying. There was a dense pile of these terrifying insects, and all of them had the aura of the beast sovereign realm. There were too many of them to count. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to take down the big sects of the 9 states. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. The dangers in the divine domain were indeed different. Fortunately, although there were many of these bugs, they didn't seem to have reached the initial stage of the beast realm. Otherwise, they would be a nightmare for all living things in the divine domain. These malevolent bugs were entrenched in the depths of the valley. They climbed up the rocks on both sides as if they had their own territory. They didn't attack. Could they be the legendary lion's roar demonic beetles? Du Xiaofu searched through the heavenly spirit record in his mind and finally found the origin of these malevolent bugs. The lion's roar demonic beetles were capable of devouring flesh and bone marrow. They came out in a swarm, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. They could penetrate Xianqi defenses and had an indestructible shell. They were extremely terrifying and were a nightmare for cultivators in ancient times. Most importantly, these lion's roar demonic beetles didn't have any intelligence. They were terrifying creatures that had been demonized. They were incomparably vicious and couldn't be controlled. They only instinctively devoured all living things and weren't afraid of death. View! Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Li Tria and the rest didn't dare to enter, and instead retreated and waited for cannon fodder. It turned out that there were terrifying lions' roar demonic beetles inside. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment as he looked at the place where the energy fluctuations were coming from. He didn't retreat. His body was wrapped in golden light as he released the supreme aura of the golden rock and stepped forward. Roar! At the same time, the lions' roar demonic beetles roared and hissed. The sound shook the clouds. In front of the supreme aura of the golden rock race, their scarlet eyes were clearly fearful. But in the end, the densely packed lions' roar demonic beetles gathered together and covered the sky. They were so densely packed that they seemed to cut through the void. Together, they pounced on Du Xiaofu with a terrifying xianqi. Clang clang! In front of the golden light, sparks flew and golden spears rang out. Groups of lions' roar demonic beetles were sent flying, making muffled sounds. Rip! But there were also lions' roar demonic beetles that relentlessly bit through Du Xiaofu's xianqi defenses and burrowed into Du Xiaofu's body. Even with Du Xiaofu's abnormal body, he felt a burning pain from being bitten by several lions' roar demonic beetles. Rumble! His expression changed. Du Xiaofu quickly activated the immortal Xian body. His body was covered with purple gold Xian lightning, and a domineering and destructive thunder and lightning swept out. Bang bang bang! Several lions' roar demonic beetles were instantly shattered. Under the mighty thunder and lightning, the countless lions' roar demonic beetles that were pouncing over seemed to feel something at this moment, and immediately retreated. Their scarlet eyes were filled with absolute fear, and they didn't dare to come closer. They are afraid of purple gold Xian lightning. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with joy. Covered with purple gold Xian lightning, he immediately headed towards the depths of the deep valley. There was no obstruction along the way, and the lions' roar demonic beetles all avoided him. Within the deep valley, there was a vast land. The surrounding rocky ground was black, as if it had been corroded by something. It was emitting a frightening xianqi. The shocking energy fluctuation came from this vast land. Du Xiaofu's figure stopped and looked ahead. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with shock. A huge monster appeared in the center of the deep valley. He could vaguely see that it was the skeleton of a giant bear. It was about 300 meters tall and towered like a mountain. There wasn't any flesh, blood, or fur, as if only the skeleton was left behind after countless years. The flesh, blood, and fur had already turned into ashes. The shocking thing was that the skeleton of the giant bear was completely black. There were strange black runes flickering on it, releasing xianqi. And on the top of the giant bear's skull, there was a treasured saber. It had pierced into the space between the eyebrows, from the hard bare bones to the hilt. Chapter 1598. The aura of the giant bear's skeleton was astonishing as it soared into the sky. Its cultivation must have reached an astonishing level when it was alive. Du Xiaofu's gaze then landed on the hilt of the blade on top of the giant bear's head. The blade had pierced through the giant bear's hard skull. Based on the strength of the giant bear's cultivation when it was alive, the person who did that must have possessed terrifying strength. The treasured blade was definitely not simple. It was at least an ancient treasure. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu carefully observed the blade. There were no energy fluctuations on the blade. Instead, there was an energy fluctuation on the giant bear's skeleton that made Du Xiaofu's expression change. It slowly spread out and finally rushed towards the blade. However, the blade didn't react at all. What a strange skeleton! Du Xiaofu looked at the giant bear's skeleton. It was pitch black and had strange black runes flickering on it. It was filled with demonic energy. This demonic energy gave Du Xiaofu a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it before. That blade is no ordinary item. In the end, Du Xiaofu's gaze focused on the blade's hilt. It was definitely a treasure from ancient times. Du Xiaofu was very careful. His figure was wrapped in golden light and purple gold xian bombs to protect himself. His figure flew out like a rock spreading its wings. He soared into the sky and turned into a shadow. He grabbed the saber hilt and pulled it out. The blade's hilt was pulled out without a sound. It was a long green blade. Roar, however, at this moment, as the green blade was pulled out, the giant bear's skeleton roared. The black runes on its body erupted as if it had come alive. A strange black light shot out from its withered eyes. Rumble! The light was pitch black and demonic energy surged. Accompanied by a vast destructive force, it enveloped Du Xiaofu. As the light enveloped him, Du Xiaofu's vision darkened. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in a strange space. It was a vast world with traces of Kyushu's beast region. Countless figures stepped into the air, and each of their auras was powerful enough to cause the world to tremble. There were countless ferocious birds and giant beasts that covered the sky. That terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble, and he felt that he was insignificant. Those terrifying existences were all experts between heaven and earth. Their auras were far stronger than Li Chunfa and Qin Tianshi. Roar! In the depths of the heavens and earth, dark clouds rolled over. Demonic chi overflowed and destroyed the heavens and earth. Everywhere it passed, it turned everything into darkness and turned into a demonic domain. Woo-woo! That terrifying demonic chi made people despair. Countless demonic creatures surged out, destroying everything. Even those terrifying experts were swept in. In the end, everything turned into darkness, and the cries of ghosts and gods reverberated in the world. Demonic chi wreaked havoc, devouring everything and turning the land into a demonic domain. Rumble! Suddenly, above the devil domain, purple gold lightning descended. It pierced through the darkness, destroyed the evil, and swept through everything. Rumble! At this moment, when the giant bear skeleton shot out a pitch-black light, Du Xiaofu's purple gold profound bomb also burst out in an instant. Like a nemesis, it directly destroyed the giant bear skeleton. Who are you? The giant bear roared, and its deep eye sockets revealed a look of fear. Its voice echoed in Du Xiaofu's ears, and then everything disappeared. Du Xiaofu also appeared in midair, holding the cyan long saber in his hand. His mind had regained clarity, and his heart was palpitating. Fortunately, he had been vigilant, and had set up the purple gold Xian bomb to protect himself. The strange scene just now had almost swallowed his primordial spirit. Did that happen in ancient times? Could it be the great calamity of heaven and earth? Du Xiaofu frowned. That billowing demonic chi devoured everything. Even those terrifying experts from ancient times couldn't resist it. This made Du Xiaofu deeply shocked. And the purple gold lightning that appeared at the end, Du Xiaofu felt that it was the purple gold profound bomb on his body. What is the great calamity of ancient times? What is it that swallowed so many experts from ancient times? Du Xiaofu was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. The scene just now was too shocking. Phew! Then Du Xiaofu calmed down and looked at the long green saber in his hand. This long green saber was much longer than an ordinary saber. On the blade, there was an oppressive aura. The tip of the saber rose, outlining a perfect arc. This long saber looked calm, but Du Xiaofu felt an invisible sharp aura in his heart. Its material and aura were very strange. It didn't seem like a Dao instrument, nor a sacred instrument. Qi! After a moment of hesitation, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal. A drop of golden essence blood dripped into the long saber to see if it could recognize him as its master. Drip! However, as the drop of golden essence blood dripped, the long green saber didn't react. What is this thing? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he formed a hand seal again. A majestic primordial spirit aura surged around him, and a silver gold beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Qi! In the next moment, the silver gold beam of light shot into the long saber like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! At this moment, the long green saber, which didn't react just now, suddenly buzzed with the sound of wind and thunder. A dazzling rune light flowed out from the entire body of the saber, and a majestic aura suddenly burst out from the saber. This aura was so majestic that it could suppress souls. Hula! In an instant, a green rune light pillar on the long green saber directly shot into Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and rushed into his mind. The light was so dazzling that Du Xiaofu immediately closed his eyes. The green rune light was so dazzling that it turned into a huge amount of information in Du Xiaofu's mind. The illusionary saber formation, used when I was young. For a time, I was unstoppable. I once destroyed a strong enemy. I missed it, so I refined it to express my nostalgia. With a little profound meaning, the fated one will obtain it. A voice reverberated in Du Xiaofu's mind. That voice seemed to be familiar, and it could cause the purple lightning profound cauldron in his body to roar. After a moment, the green rune light dissipated and disappeared. The majestic aura on the long green saber didn't decrease at all. It shot into the sky and shook the void. Under the fierce aura, the space trembled. Circles of pitch-black spatial cracks that were difficult to detect with the naked eye appeared on the edge of the saber. A strange and mysterious green rune connected with Du Xiaofu's palm, and finally the rune merged into Du Xiaofu's palm. Swoosh! When Du Xiaofu's closed eyes suddenly opened, he waved his hand. The long green saber turned into a green streamer, and then strangely returned to his right hand. In an instant, it left a faint green saber mark on Du Xiaofu's palm. At this moment, the majestic and fierce aura around the deep valley disappeared, and everything calmed down. The illusionary saber formation. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. He revealed a look of surprise. From the information of the green saber, he knew that the sharp green saber was not a Dao artifact or magic artifact. It was a set of arrays, a set of saber arrays. This saber formation was called the illusionary saber formation, and only a spiritual talisman master could activate it. Combined with the heaven, earth, yin-yang, and six directions technique, it had endless changes. When activated to the extreme, there could be 9,999 sabers. Once activated, the power was so great that it could cut through the void. However, this illusionary saber formation had extremely high requirements for the primordial spirit power. The stronger the primordial spirit power, the more saber shadows could be activated. Each saber's shadow needed the primordial spirit power to be controlled precisely. A spiritual talisman master's method. Du Xiaofu smiled. This illusionary saber formation was a spiritual talisman master's method. Once activated, its power was great, and it was suitable for him. Although the primordial spirit power was not weak, Du Xiaofu didn't have many methods as a spiritual talisman master. Except for the mysterious soul pupil, Sumru illusion, soul-destroying spirit needle, talisman formation, and refining puppets, he didn't have any other methods. Generally speaking, although the power of a talisman formation was great, the consumption was also great. Using puppets was generally suitable for group attacks. At this moment, although the illusionary saber formation was not a pure soul attack method, it was suitable for him. It could make him a spiritual talisman master like a tiger with wings. Good stuff. This trip was worth it. Du Xiaofu's eyes were smiling. With the lion's roar demonic beetle outside, he wasn't worried that someone would barge in. With a thought, a green rune flew out from his right palm. A green stream of light instantly surged out. It was the green saber. Buzz! According to the information he had just obtained from the illusionary saber formation, Du Xiaofu began to try activating the illusionary saber formation. Profound qi and primordial spirit power were injected at the same time, causing the green saber to emit waves of wind and thunder. Obviously, activating the illusionary saber formation was not an easy task. In addition to having an extremely strong primordial spirit power, one also had to have a certain level of understanding of formations. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary knowledge of formations. It was a good thing that Du Xiaofu had absolute qualifications for these two things. His knowledge of array formations was similar to the heavenly spirit record. In the ancient space, countless creatures rushed in, searching for their own opportunities. Many creatures went from being afraid of each other in the beginning to fighting each other for opportunities. In the space of the divine domain, demonic beasts obviously had a lot of advantages compared to humans. There were disputes everywhere. Since everyone was at the same level, this kind of dispute became more and more explosive and shocking. In the mountains, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense. A middle-aged man walked out. Blazing flames from his body swept out like rolling lava. He was like a sovereign of fire. Dozens of figures turned into ashes in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. "Find Du Tingxian and his son for me," the man spoke. His eyes were like flowing lava, causing people to tremble in fear. "Yes. Yes." Behind the middle-aged man, many figures nodded. They turned into streams of light and immediately dissipated in the surroundings. Chapter 1599. Du Tingxian, we will meet again, the middle-aged man murmured softly. He then waved his hand, and the ground in front of him cracked with a rumbling sound. The ground cracked open like an abyss, and a blazing aura surged out. There was actually a dormant volcano hidden in this place. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's figure flew out, and then directly entered the boiling magma eye. Rumble! Everything around them disappeared. The cracks in the ground closed as if nothing had happened. The vast water region was filled with fog. This was a corner of the divine plane. Rumble! The void rumbled and huge waves appeared in the water region. A man and a woman were fighting in the void. Every move they made could tear the void apart. The man was surrounded by endless hot magma. His body was covered with ancient flame armor. His eyes were like two volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything. The woman was captivating. Her body was graceful, just like an immortal. Her eyes rippled with starlight, and her pupils were like the stars. Even though she was in the middle of an intense battle, she still looked otherworldly. Boom! When the woman made her move, waves of mystical aura spread out from her body. Her dress fluttered, and the multicolored light around her was like the revolving fluctuations of stars. Her beautiful figure carried a kind of transcendent holiness, causing the hearts of those who looked at her to ripple. The man looked like a young man. His attacks were violent and fierce. His blazing aura shrouded the void like countless volcanoes erupting. Star seal! The woman raised her wrist and mysterious runes gushed out from her hand seal. They turned into a hand seal that was like a star in the night sky releasing its light. It brought with it a vast aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The entire space around the water region also dimmed. This hand seal was terrifying. It swallowed all light. It was as if the space around the water region had suddenly fallen into the night sky. Its power was unparalleled and suppressed the sky. Fire's supreme finger! The man attacked. His finger seal was like an erupting volcano, destroying the terrifying hand seal. The woman's figure moved horizontally. She activated her beast energy. The shadow of a strange beast was like a living creature. It flapped its wings and swept out. Roar! The man waved his hand. Rolling magma condensed into a shocking fire beast and collided with it. This man and woman fought fiercely. Every move they made could shatter space, yet they also carried an indescribable aura. This was a battle between geniuses, a showdown between supreme martial artists. Rumble! These two people were too terrifying. Every single move they made was vast and mighty, causing space to collapse. It was sufficient to look down upon those of the same generation and shock the world. It's too powerful. Can the Saintess withstand it? Don't worry, the Saintess will definitely be able to withstand it. There were 40 to 50 people watching from afar. Many of them had extraordinary auras, but they didn't dare to get close to such an astonishing battle. They didn't dare to be affected by it. The school of Yin Yang is indeed quite capable. They actually produced such an extraordinary junior. How interesting. Above the void, the young man's armor was suffused with raging flame runes, and his bearing was unparalleled. Fire Cloud Evil God Dugafenshin, you actually appeared again. The woman spoke, possessing astonishing charm. Every frown and smile was exceptional. It's a pity that you're still weak. It's not enough. The ancient flame-armored man laughed loudly. His strength increased, and surging flames shot out from the void, enveloping the sky and burning the world. The woman was moved. Her clothes fluttered, and her hair surged. Her eyes shone brightly, and starlight filled the sky. Accompanied by the yin and yang energies, it enveloped her body, revealing an indescribable majesty and holiness. However, at this moment, the exceptional woman was actually being suppressed. That flame-armored youth was too powerful, unimaginably powerful. The surrounding people were worried. Their expressions were serious, and they could see the situation. However, they were powerless. They couldn't participate in such a battle. Boom! In midair, the water exploded. The woman and man exchanged a palm strike. The sky rumbled, and resplendent runes erupted. The woman was blasted back. Under her black eyebrows, the starlight in her eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, I love dealing with people from the 9 great families. Today, I'll deal with you first, and then I'll deal with the rest one by one. I'll sweep through the 9 great families. Fire Cloud Evil God Dugufenshin laughed loudly. He was very arrogant, but he didn't make people feel disgusted at all. He had a natural arrogance about him. If I had cultivated for the same amount of time as you wouldn't be my opponent. But even so, you can't do anything to me now, the woman said. A lustrous light spread out from her body. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, setting off her slender and tall body. The yin and yang energies around her surged, turning into black and white light that enveloped her body. Her eyes were as deep as the vast stars. A terrifying power swept out, distorting the void. Wrong, if I wanted to break through, I would have done it long ago. You can't catch up with me. Dugufenshin laughed. He was full of confidence. He condensed a palm strike, and like a magma flow, it was like an inverted volcano, suppressing the woman. Walala! Instantly, the terrifying palm print erupted like an inverted volcano. Endless streams of lava poured down, boundless and boundless, burning the void into nothingness. The terrifying palm strike covered the water and also the woman. The terrifying aura was astonishing, making people tremble with fear. Those figures who were watching the battle from afar were affected, and some people screamed. Humph! At this moment, a young snort came from the void, and a small figure appeared above the water. Although the figure was small, its small fist was covered in golden flames. It was incomparably domineering, and it immediately collided with the blazing palm strike. Rumble! Suddenly, the small fist burst out with the supreme power. The golden flames were like the supreme fire, condensing into golden flame runes, causing the void to distort and shatter the blazing palm strike. Walala! Intense blazing energy accompanied by endless flames spread out in the water. The burning water boiled, as if several volcanoes had exploded at the same time. The destructive energy was enough to destroy all living things. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed, and their hearts trembled violently. That small figure actually had such terrifying strength. At this moment, the peerless woman was also surprised, and her starry eyes were filled with shock. The void calmed down. The fire cloud evil god, Dugufenshin, was as still as a mountain. His body was like a boulder, and he was peerless. But at this moment, looking at the small figure that gradually appeared in front of him, he was also surprised, and his volcano-like eyes trembled. In the void of the water, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl appeared. On her young face, there was a pair of eyes that did not match with her peers, and there was a demonic look in them. She was wearing a red dress with star patterns around it. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her demonic eyes, and there was a supreme overbearing aura. She turned around and looked at the peerless woman with an affectionate smile, and said in a young voice, "Mother!" The peerless woman trembled, and looked at the little girl. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and the starry light flickered. Her beautiful figure immediately soared into the sky, and hugged the little girl in her arms, and said, "Little star, why are you here? Why are you here?" I sensed Mother's aura, so I rushed over. The little girl's blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, which made her look noble and demonic. At this moment, she was smiling, and she looked harmless, not at all like the terrifying existence that had just resisted the fire cloud evil god. And this little girl was Little Star. And the peerless woman shrouded in starry light was Qi Yi Shi of the Yinyang school, Little Star's godmother. When did the saintess have a daughter? This is a huge matter. The saintess has a daughter, and she is still so powerful. In the distance, the dozens of people from the Yinyang school were shocked. The saintess had a daughter. This was definitely a huge matter. Mother and daughter. The fire cloud evil god was also stunned at this moment, and he looked at Qi Yi Shi and Little Star with surprise. This guy is called the fire cloud evil god, and he was already famous more than 2,000 years ago. He is a supreme nirvana expert. Qi Yi Shi spoke, and put down Little Star. She was surprised by Little Star's strength, but she wasn't surprised, and told Little Star about the origin of the fire cloud evil god. The fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin was a terrifying existence that had already reached the supreme nirvana realm more than 2,000 years ago. So he is an old monster, just a lesser supreme nirvana expert. There is nothing special about him. Little Star pouted, and didn't pay too much attention to it. It seems very strange. The fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin looked at Little Star, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Suddenly, the fire cloud evil god looked at the distant sky, where a dense nether energy was spreading, as if it was overflowing from the 9 underworlds, and permeating the void. Just the aura that was spreading out was enough to make one's soul shiver and palpitate. His whole body was shivering. Dugu Fenshin, what's the point of fighting with some juniors? Come, let's fight! In the distant void, strange black runes rippled out, and a black-clothed youth stood at the end of the void. His eyes were looking down, as if he could see through space. Those deep black eyes seemed to contain the 9 underworlds, and could make one's hair stand on end for no reason, and one's soul would scatter. Nether demon, you have indeed endured until today! At this moment, Dugu Fenshin's expression changed, and he ignored Qi Yi Shi and Little Star, and immediately left. Then, the 2 figures disappeared in the void at the same time, and no one knew where they went. Nether demon, is it him? Another terrifying existence. It seems like many terrifying existences have come in this time. Qi Yi Shi's curved eyebrows slightly knitted, and then a spiritual radiance flickered in her eyes, and her eyes were filled with wisdom. She asked Little Star, "Where is your father?" "I am also looking for my father," Little Star said. She had also been looking for him, but she hadn't encountered him. "He should have come in, and I will find him." Qi Yi Shi smiled, and it was charming, like a green lotus, pure and untainted. Buzz! Buzz! In the deep valley, wind and thunder were rumbling. Du Xiaofu's body was surrounded by many saber rays, accompanied by runes, and saber shadows shuttling back and forth, with endless changes. Chapter 1600. Buzz! Buzz! A series of extremely mysterious saber shadows revolved around Du Xiaofu's figure. As the majestic and sharp aura spread out, the saber shadows cut through the void. Under the oppressive sharp aura, the entire space trembled violently. Withdraw. A moment later, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal. The series of saber shadows immediately converged into a long green saber. Then, it turned into a green stream of light and swept into his palm, leaving a shallow green saber mark. Phew! Deeply exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. After some comprehension and practice, he could already activate the illusionary saber formation to a satisfactory level. Du Xiaofu was very satisfied. When the time came, he would have one more last resort. However, he was still unable to activate the illusionary saber formation to the extreme. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little regretful, but he believed that he would be able to reach that level soon. Crackle! Du Xiaofu stretched his body, and the joints in his entire body emitted cracking sounds. After obtaining such a treasure, this trip was not in vain. Light spread out from the surface of his body, and his skin became crystal clear. Light flickered in his eyes, and it was as if there was a vast galaxy in his eyes. There were flashes of lightning and waves of golden light. Roar! Outside the valley, the lion's roar and tiger's roar sounded again. At the entrance of the deep valley, there was a violent aura rippling, causing the surrounding void to tremble incessantly. Du Xiaofu looked outside the valley and smiled helplessly. Those people outside finally couldn't endure it and barged in. It was probably too late for regrets now. Roar! Inside the deep valley, the lion's roar demon beetles exploded. They were densely packed, layer upon layer. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the sound shook one's mind. Miserable screams rang out. Some people's bodies were devoured, and in the end, only their primordial spirit was taken away by the life-saving talisman. The creatures outside the valley heard the shocking commotion and calmed down. Moreover, it had been quite some time, so they thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the legalism's people were in danger. After that, even the talisman formation outside had been shattered, proving that the legalism person who set up the talisman formation had already fallen. This made them feel that there was a great danger inside. The legalism person and the Demon King Du Xiaofu had most likely met with misfortune. However, there were more than 2,000 of them, so they had something to rely on. Therefore, they entered the deep valley. But who would have thought that they would encounter these terrifying insects? Rumble! Even with thousands of people attacking, they were in dire straits. Although they managed to kill countless lion roar demonic armor insects, they still managed to kill several of them. However, the lion's roar demonic beetles were inexhaustible. They were densely packed, causing countless demonic beasts and humans to lose their lives. Why are there so many strange creatures? It's too scary! The Demon King Du Xiaofu and the legalism's people have all disappeared. How did they get in? We're in big trouble. We can't even escape! Someone cried out in alarm. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was trapped deep within and surrounded by those terrifying insects. He couldn't even escape. No matter how strong he was still blocked. Roar, woo-woo! Some people used their treasures and activated their meridian spirits and martial veins. They attacked with all their might, but it didn't seem to be of much use. In the air, there were many Tao and spiritual treasures floating and suffused with radiance. They were left behind by the fallen. The surrounding people were using all their strength to resist the strange insect swarm. They didn't even have the strength to collect their Tao and spiritual treasures. Some people had fallen, but for some reason, some of them left behind Tao and spiritual treasures in their bodies. They weren't taken away by the life-saving talismans. The life-saving talismans could only take away the Qiankuan pouch. The cultivators' bodies were destroyed and taken away by the life-saving talismans. However, the Tao and spiritual treasures in their bodies weren't taken away and were left behind in the divine domain. Roar! Those lions roar demonic beetles devoured the flesh and blood. They sensed the aura of the flesh and blood and seemed to be stimulated. They became even crazier and didn't fear death. Those who want to leave, follow me. A voice came out from the deep valley. Suddenly, purple lightning seeped out from the void. Those lions roar demonic beetles were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They evaded amidst strange squeaks and didn't dare approach. Someone walked out from the depths of the deep valley. He was wrapped in purple lightning and had an extraordinary temperament. Wherever he passed, the lions roar demonic beetles didn't dare approach. It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu! Someone cried out in alarm. That figure was the Demon King Du Xiaofu who had originally entered the deep valley. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of the insect swarm and was safe and sound. Let's go, quickly follow him out! Immediately, some people who were afraid were overflowing with joy. They saw a life-saving straw and immediately followed him out. There were also some who were unwilling and wanted to go deeper. The more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. They were only one step away. But after seeing the terrifying insect swarm obstructing them, the Demon King Du Xiaofu also came out. In the end, they could only helplessly withdraw. Those who retreated at the back, where the purple gold profound lightning aura was weaker, were still attacked by the crazy insect swarm. The lucky ones were wrapped in life-saving talismans and left, while the unlucky ones only left behind their primordial spirits. Before long, everyone had retreated out of the valley. Those lions roared demonic beetles seemed to have their own territory and didn't give chase. There were originally more than 2,000 people, but at this moment, 1/3 of them had died. The remaining people were still in a state of shock. Their faces were pale, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu walked out of the deep valley with many Tao and spirit treasures in his hands. He was also somewhat puzzled. "Many thanks, Rock Emperor!" Someone expressed his gratitude to Du Xiaofu. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's help, their lives would have been in danger. Even if they had life-saving talismans, they would have lost their greatest reliance. "Take care of yourselves." Du Xiaofu restrained the lightning on the surface of his body, and his eyes became clear and vast. His figure swept through the sky and turned into a golden rainbow, disappearing in a flash. "Demon King Du Xiaofu doesn't seem as savage as the rumors say. If it were those people from the 9 great clans, I'm afraid they wouldn't have helped us," a woman said. She felt that the savage Demon King didn't seem as savage as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was extremely charming and didn't have much of a temper. "Of course. When our Shang province suffered the great calamity, many people owed the Demon King Du Xiaofu a favor," a person from Shang province said. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. There was rich energy everywhere. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for several days. If one cultivated here all year round, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Bang, bang, bang. Above a mountain range, the sound of energy colliding was like thunder. Many figures were fighting. One of the forces was obviously no match for them. One after another, they were killed and taken away by their life-saving talismans. Above the void, the most intense battle was between 2 women and a man. A woman and a man formed a joint attack. The woman was graceful, her feet moving across the space. She looked to be 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her temperament was noble, her eyes were vast, and her aura was very powerful. A majestic aura immediately swept out from her graceful and slender body like an erupting volcano, whistling through the air. The woman was a spiritual talisman master. Her bright eyes were covered with a strange color. She had a human sovereign spiritual root. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing the surrounding void to faintly emit lightning and thunder. The terrifying aura filled the air, causing the Yuan spirit to tremble. This terrifying aura was not to be underestimated. It was probably enough to crush people of the same cultivation level. The man was a martial artist, but his aura was more powerful than the woman's. Waves of vigorous energy swept out. His body was covered with runes, his robes fluttering. His flesh began to spurt out a brilliant light, shining on his bones. An ancient aura flowed on the man's body. It was majestic, like a deity descending to the world. He was extremely powerful. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people as Zhang Yunshuang and Su Haohui from the school of vertical and horizontal. These 2 were defeated by him in the past. The person being attacked by Zhang Yunshuang and Su Haohui was a beautiful woman. She was too beautiful. Her hair flowed down, spreading to her slender back and perky buttocks, adding to her charm. On her beautiful face, her eyes were blurred. Her natural charm was enough to seduce all living things. She was Su Muxin. She also had a human sovereign spiritual root. Her spiritual root transformed into a light that shrouded the void, resisting Zhang Yunshuang and Su Haohui's attacks. "The Hehuan school is related to that shameless Du Xiaofu. They should be killed," Zhang Yunshuang said. The surrounding aura surged like the wind and clouds. Runes shone brightly, gathering into a huge storm that swept towards Su Muxin. The energy storm sucked in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the spatial ripples. It was very powerful and terrifying. Runes flashed around Su Haohui's body. His aura surged endlessly, shaking the void and making people tremble. He also blasted towards Su Muxin. Both Zhang Yinchuang and Su Haohui had the power to crush their peers. At this moment, Su Muxin was resisting with all her might. Some blood seeped out from the corner of her red lips. She was at a disadvantage. Roar! Roar! Su Muxin's eyes narrowed. She used all her strength to activate the Cunyan tiger taming technique, and turned into a huge white tiger shadow. Dazzling runes bloomed in the sky. The white tiger roared, and a murderous aura swept out. The tiger's claws tore through the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Humph! Su Haohui snorted. He joined forces with Zhang Yinchuang. Their aura was monstrous as they blocked the white tiger. 2 against 1. How shameless is the school of vertical and horizontal! Suddenly, a faint voice came from the void, and a purple figure appeared in the battle circle. As the figure appeared, a strange hand seal was formed in his hand. Large amounts of runes lingered on the surface of his body. His aura swept out and connected with the white tiger. At this moment, Su Muxin's eyes rippled. However, at the same time, circles of runes surged out from the surface of her body. They connected with the runes on the purple figure's body. Finally, they gathered together, enveloping the two of them in a circle of light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a vast aura distorted the void. The terrifying power soared like a rocket. It seemed to be able to crush and destroy everything. It was terrifying. Silently, the space there began to change. An invisible pressure descended from the 9 heavens, seeping out from the world. Chapter 1601. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. This pressure made the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal feel fear. What's going on? Su Haohui and Zhang Yinchuang seemed to have sensed something, and their eyes were filled with shock. Boom! Su Haohui and Zhang Yinchuang used all their strength to activate their martial veins and spiritual roots. A blazing aura surged out, and a mighty soul energy swept out, shattering the void and sweeping out. One origin of heaven and earth, yin and yang depend on each other. At the same time, Su Muxin and the purple figure shouted at the same time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one and communicated with heaven and earth. Both of them surged with multicolored light, and their auras were monstrous. Dazzling talisman runes instantly seeped out from the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, and an azure dragon coiled above the white tiger shadow. The dragon soared and the tiger roared, and the dragon coiled and the tiger crouched. It was as if heaven and earth had met, and a strange change occurred, causing the surrounding void to emit a chaotic aura, and the power to tear the sky apart. The suppressive aura shook people's hearts, and made them tremble. Roar! The azure dragon and white tiger shadows roared ferociously, shaking the sky and causing the space to rumble. With a monstrous aura and divine might, they fiercely collided with the two people's mighty attacks. Rumble! Such a collision caused the void to explode, and shocking thunder echoed in the sky. Monstrous light erupted like a torrential ocean, sweeping across the sky. In just a moment, Su Haohui and Zhang Yinchuang were shocked, and shock appeared on their faces. Their attacks began to crack, and they could not hold on any longer, and then completely exploded. Rumble! The talisman shattered, beautiful and destructive, as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. Puff puff! In the void, Su Haohui and Zhang Yinchuang's bodies were penetrated by the azure dragon and white tiger shadows. Their bodies were directly blasted back, and their eyes were filled with fear, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Demon King Du Xiaofu! Su Haohui and Zhang Yinchuang clearly saw the purple figure, and immediately, fear crept onto their faces. Loser, how dare you touch my Hahuan school's disciples and my woman? You're courting death. Du Xiaofu's indifferent voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. He appeared in front of Su Haohui and threw out a punch. At this moment, the two of them were not on the same level at all. The vast power that distorted the void was incomparably domineering. Su Haohui did not even have the power to resist. His body exploded from the punch, turning into a bloody mist. Kill! Su Muxin also appeared in front of Zhang Yunshuang at the same time. Her voice carried a kind of charm. She waved her hand and clawed down. Dazzling runes erupted, distorting the space. The dazzling light was like the falling moon, crushing Zhang Yunshuang's delicate body. Not good! It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu! Run! When the disciples and followers of the school of vertical and horizontal saw that Su Haohui and Zhang Yunshuang had both been killed, they did not dare to stay and immediately fled. Kill! Du Xiaofu did not hold back. Since the school of vertical and horizontal dared to touch Huan's school, there was no need for him to hold back. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, a green saber light swept out from Du Xiaofu's right palm. Amidst the sound of wind and thunder, it turned into dozens of saber lights that pierced through the air, killing all the disciples and followers of the school of vertical and horizontal who were fleeing in all directions. Swish! Many Qiankun bags, Dao artifacts, and even Dharma artifacts were left behind. The Qiankun bags were sealed by Du Xiaofu, so the Dao artifacts and legalism were left behind automatically. Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony and kept them in his arms. However, his eyes were filled with doubt. He said softly, "The life-saving talisman can't take away Dharma artifacts and spiritual artifacts? Don't tell me you don't know that in the Divine Dominion, the life-saving talisman can save one's life. However, there is a price to pay. The life-saving talisman can allow the physical body and primordial spirit to reunite, but it cannot protect the treasures in the body. In order to protect the treasures, some people will put the treasures in the body into the Qiankun bag. In case of danger, the life-saving talisman can protect the Qiankun bag." Su Muxin came to Du Xiaofu's side. Under her long and curly eyelashes, there was a pair of clear eyes that were like morning dew. There was a faint charm to her, but there was a sense of dignity that made people not dare to violate her. "So that's how it is." Du Xiaofu suddenly understood. Those bandits and legalism people that he killed seemed to be very cautious. They did not take any treasures with them. It was no wonder that he had gained so much from the Qiankun bags. Not long ago, in the deep valley, there were many spiritual artifacts and Dao artifacts. They were left behind by the people that were killed by the lion's roar demonic beetle. It turned out that the life-saving talisman could only take away the Qiankun bags, the body, and the primordial spirit. It could not take away the treasures inside the body. It was the price of registering in the divine domain. Du Xiaofu only realized now. "Don't talk too much next time. I said that some things are not to be mentioned again," Su Muxin said. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a bewitching and soul-stirring beauty. However, those clear eyes that were like morning dew quietly revealed a bit of nothingness and ethereality. "I was just thinking that I have to take responsibility," Du Xiaofu softly muttered. He knew that Su Muxin was warning him about the fact that she was his woman. He did not know why, but in front of this woman, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of fear. This kind of fear was like when he was young and saw a teacher who taught him how to read and a thief who had been caught. "What did you say?" Su Muxin stared at Du Xiaofu. "I said that you have some injuries on your body. I'll find a place to accompany you to heal first," Du Xiaofu said seriously. Su Muxin frowned slightly, but in the end, she did not say anything more. She glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Where's your life-saving talisman? I'm invincible. I don't need a life-saving talisman." Du Xiaofu was a little depressed. She had touched on his sore spot. It seemed that everyone had a life-saving talisman except for him. He was depressed. After hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and did not ask any more questions. On the Chenhuang mainland, disciples of the Huan school were sent out by the divine domain after landing. "It's the people from the school of vertical and horizontal who are dealing with us. Some people are even working together to deal with the sect master," a disciple said to Ru Meng and Kuang Ru. "Not good." The two territorial lords frowned, but there was nothing they could do. In the face of the strength of the school of vertical and horizontal, not to mention the mountain sect disciples. Even they could not compare to the lineup of experts from the school of vertical and horizontal in the distance. Although many disciples of the Huan school had already been tempered by the divine thunder body, the two territorial lords knew that they were still far from being able to compete with their peers from the school of vertical and horizontal. Whoosh, whoosh! Many people were sent out by the life-saving talismans from the divine domain. Zhang Yunshuang, Su Haohui, and the other top young disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were among them, attracting a lot of attention. Du Xiaofu has appeared. He has teamed up with Su Muxin from the Huan school. Under the questioning of the patriarchs of the school of vertical and horizontal, Su Haohui told them the truth. It's Du Xiaofu again! Many experts around smiled knowingly when they heard that. It seemed that the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism were working together to deal with people related to Du Xiaofu. In the end, the Demon King appeared and started a massacre. Dream and Wild Dream, who were standing far away, smiled when they heard this. Bastard! Gong Sunhua, the patriarch of the school of vertical and horizontal, had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were burning with anger. As time passed, the divine domain had been open for several days. Countless living beings swarmed in, and the various forces were entrenched in one area. They slowly advanced in search of opportunities. There were disputes everywhere. People fought, and countless living beings were killed. Although most of the living beings had life-saving talismans, they could escape death once. However, there were some who did not have life-saving talismans and left behind corpses. Some even died with their souls destroyed. Rumble! Not long after, powerful demonic beasts and humans were fighting, and the sounds of killing were endless. In an ancient mountain range, a majestic cave abode appeared. It stood tall on the mountain range like a divine relic, simple and unadorned. The cave abode was even more majestic than the mountain. It was filled with an ancient aura, and the surroundings were misty with purple mist gushing out. That's the ruins of the ancient mountain gate! The surroundings were filled with exclamations as various forces fought over the treasures in the ruins of the ancient mountain gate. How dare you touch my purple feather sect? A middle-aged man shouted thunderously as he attacked, shaking the clouds. Inferno beast, back off! A ferocious bird flapped its wings, and strong winds swept out, shaking the void. All kinds of battles, treasures collided, martial veins and beast souls fought, and energy erupted like a vast ocean, causing the world to boil. Kill! A group of people attacked, and a woman shouted in a clear voice. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with mist, and her face was as beautiful as an immortal's. The resplendent runes in front of her released a dazzling pressure. It was as if a bright moon had descended from the sky, causing the space to explode and the earth to rumble. At this moment, the woman held a treasured sword in her hand and broke through the void, causing it to surge and sweep in all directions. Nothing could stop her. She was Yi Zijin, and the treasured sword in her hand was the mysterious Radiance Void Sword. A tall and straight youth activated a mountain peak treasure. It emitted a majestic aura that shook and suppressed all directions. There were also young men and women with lightning intertwined all over their bodies. No one could stop them wherever they passed. These people swept through everything in their way and directly ascended the ancient cave abode. There was a huge plain where strong winds whistled and dark clouds gathered. In the depths, there was an astonishing energy fluctuation that resonated with the whole world. It rose and fell unsteadily, and time after time, spatial ripples spread out in the void. Fighting for the opportunity, that's the appearance of a treasure! Shouts and fighting shook the heavens. People were constantly being destroyed and disappeared in an instant. Roar! There were ferocious beasts roaring and birds shrieking. No one could stop them as they swept through everything. Roar! Suddenly, the cries of dragons and phoenixes rang out. Du Yunlong soared into the sky, and his body was shrouded in an illusory dragon shadow. Du Xiaoman brandished her long whip, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes rang out. The resplendent long whip wrapped around the illusory images of dragons and phoenixes filled the sky. The sound shook the void, and its power made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble in fear. Roar! A terrifying demonic beast appeared. It opened its bloody mouth, and its aura shook the heaven and earth. The runes on its body were resplendent, and when it opened its mouth, it swallowed a large number of creatures. It was terrifying. A vicious bird flapped its wings, causing a storm and tearing a large number of creatures apart. Chapter 1602. More and more experts appeared. Although they were all on the same level, there was still a huge difference in strength when compared to the real top experts. Some people were afraid. Seeing that countless people had died in the fight, they did not dare to take the risk anymore. Some people retreated and left the fight to find other opportunities. However, there were also people who were unwilling to leave because of their life-saving talismans. They wanted to continue fighting. Such fights were happening all over the Divine Dominion. Treasures were appearing everywhere. Relics of ancient experts were revealed, causing countless killings. The commotion in the Divine Dominion this time is much faster than before. In the Qinhuang mainland, some old ancestor-level experts sighed. Some of them had entered the Divine Dominion before and knew the situation inside. It's the last time it's open. There might be some changes in the Divine Dominion. Some old ancestor-level experts squinted their eyes as they pondered. Our famous dragon shadow and phoenix whip has appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of vertical and horizontal's barbarian war spear has also appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of Mo's Taihang mountain has also appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of Confucianism's mystic radiance void sword has also fallen in the hands of the desolate nation. News kept coming out of the Divine Dominion. The treasures of the various families had appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. They were killing everywhere and no one could stop them. When the old ancestors of the various families heard this, they looked at each other helplessly. Those were all taken away by Du Xiaofu. He had wiped away the imprint of his primordial spirit and handed them over to his own people. Those precious treasures were something that they could not bear to part with. In the vast mountains, mist rose. The energy of heaven and earth was dense. The surroundings were silent and peaceful. In the valley, Su Muxin sat cross-legged on an ancient smooth rock. Her body was surrounded by light and runes. It was as if mist was lingering around her. Her eyes were closed. Even at this moment, she was still breathtaking. Sometimes she's cold and fierce. Otherwise, she's fine. Du Xiaofu muttered as he looked at Su Muxin. After a short while, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and opened many Qianquan bags with interest. He separated the spiritual medicines, Dao tools, magic tools, martial skills, refining materials, and so on. He occasionally stuffed the spiritual medicines into his mouth and chewed. As a result, Du Xiaofu's mouth was filled with multicolored light and energy fluctuations. He was in a great mood. After 2 to 4 hours, Du Xiaofu finally sorted out his recent gains and was very satisfied. He had already been in God's domain for several days. This place was incomparably vast, and the opportunities here were plentiful. He didn't know when he would be able to explore to the end, nor did he know how many opportunities there were. From the eyes of the giant bear skeleton, Du Xiaofu recalled that scene. That was a great calamity that devoured the ancient era. Those experts from the ancient era were unable to stop it. The god's domain was rumored to be left behind by the dragon god and the supreme expert who left behind the purple thunder profound cauldron. The god's domain was filled with treasures from the ancient era. However, the experts from the ancient era were unable to stop that great calamity. Could it be that obtaining these treasures and inheritances would be able to stop the great calamity that would sweep over again? Du Xiaofu had doubts in his heart. He began to ponder and ponder in his heart. Only by relying on oneself can one be a true expert. Obtaining inheritances is just walking the path of others. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. Predecessors can give you guidance, allowing you to take fewer detours. However, if the predecessors did not reach the end of the path, would the descendants be able to surpass the predecessors if they were to walk it again? Treasures are ultimately external forces. True strength should be within oneself. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Treasures were powerful and could complement one's strength. It was like adding wings to a tiger. However, in the end, true strength should be within oneself and not treasures. One was the master, and treasures were auxiliary. If treasures were stronger than oneself, then it was definitely not the right path. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, as if he was examining himself. He should continue to comprehend what he had comprehended in his life like before. Even if he was in the god's domain, he should be tempering himself and making himself stronger. Rather than fighting for opportunities everywhere, he might as well calm down and improve himself. If he blindly searched for opportunities and fought for treasures for a long time, it would be enough to make him impatient and lose his clear mind. What I should be doing is to strengthen myself. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became resolute. His eyes glowed with a golden light and his gaze was sharp. Those life-saving talismans are very strange. Then, Du Xiaofu thought of the life-saving talisman that he had been thinking about recently. That life-saving talisman contained many profound meanings. It was unfathomable and boundless. I don't believe that I can't comprehend it. Du Xiaofu's stubbornness flared up. Back then, he was able to comprehend the tyrannical fist way on the stone tablet in front of the Du family's door. He didn't believe that he couldn't comprehend this life-saving talisman. Du Xiaofu's comprehension had always been extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this point. Just relying on the cultivation techniques of the golden-winged great rocks was definitely not enough for him to have his current achievements. Qi! Many runes appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm. They were filled with an ancient aura. He had comprehended them from the glorious path outside. At this moment, since he had to protect Su Muxin, Du Xiaofu devoted himself to comprehending the life-saving talisman. Time, space, vitality, primordial spirit. The ancient runes in his palm fluctuated, allowing Du Xiaofu to feel time, space, vitality, and primordial spirit. The life-saving talisman was related to many profound meanings. It was vast and profound. It's very vast. If I can comprehend it, I will definitely benefit a lot and make substantial progress. Du Xiaofu felt that if he could comprehend something from this strange life-saving talisman, he would definitely be able to obtain many benefits. It would definitely be of great benefit to him at the Nirvana realm. Immersed in it, Du Xiaofu comprehended wholeheartedly. He put down his impetuousness, put down everything, and settled down everything that he had experienced over the years. Starting from the runes, Du Xiaofu slowly peeled them off and entered a vast and boundless world. Time, space, primordial spirit, vitality, and various profound meanings. A life-saving talisman seemed simple, but it was all-encompassing and boundless. Du Xiaofu was immersed in this kind of comprehension. It was as if the fight for opportunities in the divine domain had nothing to do with him. At this moment, if an outsider saw that Du Xiaofu had put aside the great opportunities in the divine domain and started to be interested in the life-saving talisman that no one cared about, they would probably think that he was crazy. If there was a great opportunity and he did not fight for it, but was interested in the life-saving talisman, then he was definitely stupid. It should be known that since ancient times, the divine domain had opened 8 times. There were also peerless geniuses who were interested in the life-saving talisman. However, no one had ever gotten anything and gave up in the end. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was comprehending. After calming down, he gradually entered the vast world and found that everything was wonderful. The life-saving talisman contained many profound meanings. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, his entire person would be sublimated and he might even be able to find his true self. Nirvana realm was a Nirvana realm martial venerable or Nirvana spiritual talisman master. Those who could step into the martial venerable realm were actually not mediocre people. However, they were not outstanding enough. Only the top living beings in the world with the best talent could go deep into Nirvana realm and step into the Nirvana realm. As for the others, they stepped into the martial domain. The Nirvana realm and the martial domain realm were 2 different paths. Although these 2 paths would lead to the same destination in the end. However, the profoundness and the benefits of the Nirvana realm far exceeded the martial domain realm. The Nirvana realm martial venerables went from Nirvana realm to Nirvana realm, and then to the True Self realm. Everyone would find their own path to transform, moving heaven and earth, and finally transforming into the True Self. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was comprehending the life-saving talisman. He was immersed in it, and wanted to use it to find his true self. At that time, he would be able to take another step and transform again. However, that was a mysterious process that was difficult to describe. Even the predecessors could not say much. Everyone's path was different, and the true self that they found was also different. Walala! Ancient runes lingered in the void, as if they could merge with heaven and earth. They shrouded Du Xiaofu's body, making people look at him from afar and feel that he was very mysterious. Du Xiaofu threw away everything and forgot everything. His heart was calm as he immersed himself in it. It had been a long time since he was so focused on comprehending the profound meaning. Within the space of the God territory, there were opportunities everywhere. Treasures were being born everywhere. With Du Xiaofu's cultivation and strength, if he were to fight for them, there were not many people in the divine domain who could stop him. However, Du Xiaofu had abandoned everything to comprehend, putting aside the opportunities and treasures. This kind of perseverance and decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could possess. Time passed slowly. Su Muxin breathed and adjusted her breath, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth, and refining the elixir in her body. She recovered quickly, and her injuries were not too serious. Suddenly, cold air descended in the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void was covered with frost. The air became so cold that it made people's primordial spirits feel uncomfortable. When the frost appeared in the void, the misty light around Su Muxin, who was adjusting his breathing on the boulder, instantly retracted. Bright runes fluctuated in his clear eyes, and there was a trace of coldness on his face. He looked at the void and said, "Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Show yourself! Human sovereign spiritual root, martial path and talisman path dual cultivation. You're in the late stage of the martial domain realm, but your primordial spirit perception is really good." As Su Muxin's voice fell, the void fluctuated, and then there was an icy aura fluctuating. Swoosh, swoosh! 8 women in white dresses descended. They all looked to be in their mid-20s, and each of them was beautiful and graceful. Waves of shocking icy aura quietly spread out. Behind the 8 beautiful women, a young man in a white battle robe walked out. The young man in the white battle robe was too handsome. He was like snow, and his skin was like jade. His eyes were black and white, and he was divine. Chapter 1603. Who are you? Su Muxin stood up when she sensed the powerful aura of the newcomer. She looked serious, but her face was cold. She was not angry. "I didn't expect to meet such a girl by chance. My maids are short of an outstanding one. Whether it is talent, strength, or beauty, you are good enough. You will be the one." The young man in white looked at Su Muxin. His clear eyes were shining. He said, "My name is Lian Qingrong. You can call me Master. The descendant of the great snow mountain, Shui Ling War Emperor, Lian Qingrong." Su Muxin's eyebrows trembled. That was a terrible name. It had disappeared thousands of years ago. She had accidentally learned it from some unofficial records of the Manchu. She did not expect that person to still exist in this world. "I didn't expect that someone would know my name. It saves me a lot of time. I don't think I need to introduce you. You can surrender now." Lian Qingrong smiled. She could move all the women in the world. "You think too much," Su Muxin said. She had a temper and character. How could she surrender to a maid? Runes flashed in her eyes. Her voice was sharp. "You are a little arrogant. Just as I thought, you have a good talent. You have a little arrogance." Lian Qingrong was not angry. She still smiled gently. Then she waved to the 8 maids and said, "Take her." Whoosh, whoosh! As Lian Qingrong's voice fell, the 8 maids rushed out. 8 terrifying auras burst out. 8 icy auras filled the void. 8 attacks came from all directions. They immediately surrounded Su Mushin. They did not hold back. Boom! On Su Mushin's cold face, runes lingered in her eyes. Her figure disappeared like lightning. She stared at one of them. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. Her jade-like hand pierced through the void like lightning. A claw print twisted the space and quickly grabbed a maid. The maid's eyes were calm. She was not ordinary. When the claw print was about to grab her, she clenched her jade-like hand into a fist. Ice runes covered it. She instantly punched the palm of the maid. Boom! Under this kind of collision, runes burst forth and the surrounding void split open. The two figures directly staggered backwards, but Su Mushin clearly had the upper hand. Swish, swish. But at the same time, the other 7 maidservants had finished their attacks. Like the Big Dipper's 7 stars formation, 7 terrifying energies faintly carrying profound mysteries, froze the void and crushed Su Mushin. Su Mushin condensed her hand seals in the face of such a vast freezing power. She used all her strength, and the power of her primordial spirit transformed into an invisible defense. Her footwork was profound, and she quickly escaped. The 7 maidservants were enveloped by the aura of the Big Dipper, but at this moment, Su Mushin relied on her profound footwork and her comprehension of formations to break free one after another. This caused Lian Qingrong, who was not far away, to reveal an extraordinary splendor in her eyes. However, the 7 maidservants were very powerful, and none of them were vulgar. They surrounded Su Mushin one after another, and the cold aura enveloped the void, affecting Su Mushin quite a bit. Swish! The maidservant who was the first to be suppressed by Su Mushin attacked again. Her pure white palm condensed into a hand seal, and an ice python emerged from the void with dazzling runes. Hiss hiss! This ice python was like a living creature. The moment it appeared, there was a violent tremor in the void. It swept out like a bolt of white lightning, making a strange and terrifying hissing sound, and directly enveloped Su Mushin. Su Mushin felt it, and her eyes were slightly cold. She waved her sleeve, and the spiritual root transformed, blocking the ice python. Finally, a raging flame gushed out and destroyed the ice python. Ice trap! But at this moment, the 8 maidservants converged, forming a strange and profound angle. 8 waves of cold aura spread across the void between heaven and earth. Su Mushin frowned slightly. The tip of her foot lightly tapped the void, and she rose into the void, but she could no longer escape. Walala! The spiritual fire on Su Mushin's body burst out, and it surged out from her body, but it was difficult to dissolve the cold aura. The surroundings were gradually frozen, and her face turned pale. How dare you touch my woman? Get lost! Suddenly, a wave of rolling purple flames rose from the ground, burning the heavens and the earth. It transformed into a huge purple flame demonic phoenix. It was like a purple sun that blotted out the sky, and it appeared in an incomparably terrifying manner. Gee! The phantom of the purple flame demonic phoenix spread its wings and monstrous energy swept out. Its eyes, which were like purple suns, looked down on the earth and shook half of the void. Under the blazing heat, huge cracks began to appear in the ancient mountain range. Ka! Under the sudden blazing aura, surging purple flames covered the sky and swept across the sky. It was like a purple sun erupting, capable of destroying everything. It carried with it a terrifying pressure of the heavens and the earth and directly destroyed the icy cold aura. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was unrivaled. Puff, 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 puff. The 8 maidservants spat out blood, and their delicate bodies were all knocked back. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. The shadow of the purple flame demonic phoenix dissipated, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the air beside Su Mushin. He was a little embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, I was protecting you, but I lost my mind." Su Mushin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, and then said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "The descendant of the great snow mountain, an ancient inheritance. It is said that he is in existence as ancient as the 9 great families, the Snow Spirit War Emperor Shui Qingrong. If I'm not wrong, he should have become famous 3,000 years ago, and he is a Nirvana Supreme. A Nirvana Supreme from 3,000 years ago. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at the white-robed young man. Su Muxin was naturally talking about the white-robed man. Very strong. When Du Xiaofu looked at the white-robed man, his heart suddenly trembled. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura and sense of danger emanating from his body. A Nirvana Supreme from 3,000 years ago. With such talent, he should have broken through to an astonishing level long ago. How did he come in? Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. He did not expect that in this world, besides the 9 great families, the dragons, and the phoenixes, there would be other inheritances that were as ancient as the 9 great families. In the space of the divine dominion, those who had reached the boundary realm, or the nirvana realm, could not break in. Could it be? Du Xiaofu thought of a possibility. The descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, had not broken through to the nirvana realm unless she suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, with her talent as a nirvana supreme, she should have been able to surpass the nirvana realm in a few thousand years. So what if it's a few thousand years? You can't touch my woman. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. No matter what, Lian Qingrong had not broken through to the nirvana realm. Moreover, she was suppressed in here. Du Xiaofu was still at the nirvana realm, so he had nothing to fear from the descendant of the great snow mountain. Even if the former's cultivation was not suppressed, with Du Xiaofu's character, he would definitely not be afraid of him. At this moment, Su Muxin secretly glared at Du Xiaofu. The way he kept saying, "My woman," made her feel an inexplicable fluctuation in her heart. She was also inexplicably angry, but she couldn't bring herself to be dignified in front of him. That feeling made her secretly puzzled. Kid, she's your woman? You don't seem to be worthy of her. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu with some displeasure in her calm eyes. It was as if someone had snatched away something she had set her eyes on. Stay away from my woman. Otherwise, the great snow mountain will have no descendant. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, his eyes shining with golden light. This guy actually had designs on his own woman. This was a taboo. After knowing what happened in the fantasy land for Du Xiaofu, Su Muxin was naturally his woman. Although the woman looked cold and fierce and had not admitted it, it did not mean that she could not become Du Xiaofu's heart. Little guy, although you have some skills, you provoked me. It seems that you don't have a life-saving talisman. Then destroy your cultivation and leave the space of the divine realm. I'll spare your life. Lian Qingrong said as if it was a matter of course and did not allow anyone to refuse. If you were a demonic beast, I would definitely barbecue you. Unfortunately, you're a human. This was Du Xiaofu's reply. At this moment, they were in the space of the divine realm. How could he be afraid of anyone? Lian Qingrong's expression changed. She frowned slightly. On her white battle robe, there were some runes that swept out. It was as if snow was falling from the void around her. Her whole body began to exude a strong aura. Her posture was peerless. How dare you be so rude to the young master? The 8 maidservants shouted and looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were cold, but there was also a hint of fear. However, with Lian Qingrong, they were more confident. A few maidservants, unable to withstand a single blow. If it were not for the fact that you're women, I would have killed you, Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. His golden eyes were cold. You are indeed no match for him. A maidservant wanted to say something, but Lian Qingrong waved her sleeve to stop her. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "This is your choice. If you're willing to destroy your cultivation, I can do it for you. You're not qualified." Du Xiaofu was disdainful. The 9 great families were also not afraid. Naturally, they were not afraid of the successor of the great snow mountain. Arrogance requires capital. People nowadays obviously don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lian Qingrong's eyes turned cold. She directly attacked. Her battle robe fluttered and her figure was like lightning. In an instant she rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Qi! Runes flashed. An ice arrow condensed in Lian Qingrong's palm. It pierced through the void and froze the surrounding void. In an instant, it rushed towards Du Xiaofu's forehead. It was ruthless and fierce. This kind of attack also represented Lian Qingrong's character. Although she looked elegant, she was swift and decisive. She also carried an arrogant attitude. Even if it was someone from the 9 great families, Lian Qingrong did not care much about them, let alone a brat from the outside world. The ice arrow was obviously bone-chilling, but the ice runes were flickering like flames. It carried a terrifying aura. Judging from the level of the cracks that were pierced through the void, if an ordinary peak martial domain realm cultivator were to encounter this arrow, they would be killed in an instant. Chapter 1604. Du Xiaofu's expression was cold as he watched the ice arrow shooting towards him. He punched out with his fist, which was wrapped in purple flames. The purple flames shone brightly, as if there was a purple flame demonic phoenix about to flap its wings and fly out. It pierced through the void and shattered the ice arrow, causing ice runes to fill the sky. Ayo! Almost at the same time, as fast as lightning and as swift as a god, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lian Qingrong. The purple flame fist in his hand did not dissipate. His aura was suddenly domineering, looking down on all things. It was faintly accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the long cry of a divine elephant, causing the void to rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This was the Tyrant Fist Way. Du Xiaofu's fist contained the Tyrant Fist Way and the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy. The two were combined into one. Without amazing comprehension, it was impossible to achieve this step. I see heaven art! Feeling the power, Lian Qingrong's eyes fluctuated violently. Her battle robe trembled, and a snowstorm appeared around her. Runes surged violently. Her palm froze the void and quickly met with the attack. Bang, bang, bang. This kind of collision caused the void to explode as if it was about to collapse. The mountain peaks below cracked and the rocks crumbled. Terrifying golden runes rippled out like a tsunami. The cold air suddenly swept out in the void as if everything was about to be destroyed. The turbulent energy caused the space to ripple and turn into stormy waves. It was as if thunder was roaring between heaven and earth. The tyrannical fist way was Du Xiaofu's strongest physical technique. With the addition of the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast ability, its power did not multiply, but it was already like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, it was unleashed with the full power of his nirvana cultivation. Du Xiaofu did not hold back at all. Qi-la! Lian Qingrong's body was knocked back in a straight line in the void, shattering the space. In the end, her body was knocked into a towering mountain behind her. The mountain was smashed into pieces, the rocks cracked, the mountain collapsed, and the rumbling sound shook the earth and the mountains. Looking at this scene, Su Muxin and the 8th maidservant were stunned and deeply shocked. Lian Qingrong's figure appeared in the sky. Her white battle robe was as white as new and was not stained with any dust. She seemed to be unscathed even though she had just been knocked back. But when she looked at Du Xiaofu, her clear eyes could no longer remain calm. However, the successor of the mysterious Great Snow Mountain was completely unscathed. This was enough to show just how powerful he was. You are also a supreme being nirvana, stepping into nirvana. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke. Her hair fluttered slightly, and her white battle robe was covered with snow-white symbols. So, don't provoke me. If you dare to touch my woman again, I'll destroy your snowy mountain! Du Xiaofu shouted. The woman he had given his virginity to, how could he let others have ideas about her? Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My snow god palace has always lacked a male servant. You are definitely the best choice. That extraordinary woman will also be my first female servant. This time, the harvest is not small. Lian Qingrong smiled. After the shock, she became relaxed instead, as if she had absolute confidence and backing. Suppress! Du Xiaofu did not say much and directly attacked. The Fuyao heaven's shaking wings swept out, and layers of golden talisman patterns erupted, shattering the void. The supreme beastability of the golden rock. Lian Qingrong's eyes moved, and her hair fluttered. Suddenly, two bright beams of light shot out from her eyes. She directly punched out, and ice condensed in the space in front of her. Terrifying waves of air surged and exploded. Bang! The void exploded, and the space was frozen. A huge force swept out, and Du Xiaofu's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying in a straight line and crashed into the huge mountain behind him. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body did not smash the mountain, but his whole body crashed out of the mountain and rushed out of a tunnel. His body rushed out of the mountain top on the other side. His figure leaped into the air, and Du Xiaofu stepped on the top of the mountain. His purple battle clothes and black hair fluttered. There were no wounds on his body, but his eyes were flashing with golden light. He looked at Lian Qingrong from afar and was extremely surprised. He said, "You have reached the nirvana of the true self." After asking, Du Xiaofu seemed to feel that his question was a little redundant. It was absolutely normal for a supreme nirvana saint more than 3,000 years ago to break through to the nirvana of the true self. You can use the power of the nirvana of the true self? Du Xiaofu asked here. Kid, don't you know that supreme nirvana saints do not need to be restricted by forces in the space of the divine domain? Lian Qingrong raised her eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. A supreme nirvana saint, how could he not know this? Supreme nirvana saints do not need to be restricted by forces in the space of the divine domain. As long as they do not step into the nirvana realm, it would be fine. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu finally understood why his cultivation was not restricted by the space of the divine domain. He originally thought that his character was good, and he did not have a life-saving talisman, so the space of the divine domain did not restrict his cultivation. It turned out that a supreme nirvana saint would not be restricted by the space of the divine domain. The nirvana realm is very strong. Submit to me, and in the future, you will be second only to one person. I will help you to look down on the world. If you and I join hands, the 9 great families will not need to fear us. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu. From the beginning, she disdained him, but now she began to think highly of him. If she could recruit such a kid, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I have also changed my mind. I want to subdue you. Du Xiaofu smiled. A supreme nirvana saint more than 3,000 years ago, the nirvana of the true self, had unlimited potential. Since that is the case, let's talk with strength. Lian Qingrong made her move. Without saying anything, she waved her hand and attacked. Rolling cold, she erupted, shattering the void. Dapeng Chaos Shattering Claw. Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, the Dapeng Chaos Shattering Claw tore the void. Golden light shone brightly, and his battle intent soared. That day when he broke through outside the space of the divine domain, Du Xiaofu wanted to find someone to test his strength. At this moment, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain was really the best candidate. Lian Qingrong secretly changed color. The Nirvana realm actually had such terrifying strength. Ice prison. Ice soul freezing. Glacier 10,000 miles. Lian Qingrong made her move. Her battle robe was covered by snow-like runes. An ancient aura filled the air. Bright and dazzling runes spread out from her body, freezing the void all around. She was like the Snow Mountain War Emperor, stepping on the air in the ice world. Grass of immortality. Grass of insight. Rock descends to the 9th heaven. Tyrannical fist. Lunar seal. Du Xiaofu was fierce. All kinds of methods were activated at the same time. With the support of the vast Xianqi and the godly watchtower, he opened and closed. A demon king and a war emperor. The two of them fought fiercely without end. Su Muxin and the 8 maidservants watched from afar and secretly trembled. The two of them had such a terrifying battle. The pressure descended and raised the surroundings to the ground. Everywhere, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void exploded one after another. Void ice technique. Lian Qingrong made her move. The cold air froze the world and exploded the void. The terrifying cold air swept out, boiling the world and freezing thousands of miles. The bone-piercing cold air was terrifying to the extreme. In the end, it froze the entire void and covered Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and the corners of his mouth curled up. On his right palm, there was a mass of energy that condensed into a handprint. It had 3 colors of gold, black, and silver. It was sparkling and translucent. A wave that made people's hearts palpitate spread out. This was the Shaoyang seal, the lunar seal, and the Shaoyin seal. The 3 seals overlapped and condensed. It contained a terrifying destructive power. Du Xiaofu activated it at this moment. Everything was as fast as lightning as it directly collided. Rumble! The whole mountain range in the void trembled. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. There was a caw-caw sound in the mountains, and a large abyss cracked open. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The space was chaotic. The terrifying impact caused a pitch-black halo to appear above the astonishing collision. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything. What a strong physical body! What a strong strength! The two of them exchanged blows and separated as soon as they came into contact. The space behind Lian Qingrong exploded amidst the astonishing energy. She stared at Du Xiaofu with her hair fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable divine and otherworldly aura. At this time, Lian Qingrong's heart was more and more shocked. The other party was only at the nirvana level, but he was not suppressed by her at all. The other party's physical body and strength were extremely terrifying. Lian Qingrong seemed to feel that the kid was deliberately using her to test his strength. To her, this was an absolute contempt. "You're not bad either," Du Xiaofu praised. He felt that this guy's cultivation level was not much weaker than Jialo Jiuyu if they were at the same level. Du Xiaofu even suspected that Lian Qingrong might have some trump cards on her. It was possible that she was not weaker than Jialo Jiuyu. "To be able to make me use my full strength, you have already proven yourself." Lian Qingrong took a deep breath and spoke. At the same time, with her body as the center, dazzling white ice runes exploded. Ice and frost drifted down from the sky like falling glaciers. Everywhere was covered in white, and the void fluctuated. "Then use your full strength." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It seemed that if he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to gain any advantage. That Lian Qingrong was really strong. She had not gained any advantage just now. Buzz buzz! Suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a strange sound wave that made people's souls very uncomfortable. "Young master, they have caught up." In the distance, the 8th maidservant's face changed greatly, as if she had been greatly frightened. They set foot in this place and seemed to be hiding from something. Inadvertently, they met Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. "They are really haunting me." Looking at the void in the distance, Lian Qingrong's brows furrowed. "Boy, you and I will fight next time. At that time, I will subdue you." As soon as Lian Qingrong's voice fell, her figure turned into a white swan and disappeared in an instant. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the void in front of him. There were strange things coming over like locusts, covering the sky and covering the earth. They flickered with black and white light and made a sound that made people's hearts tremble. Buzz buzz! Those strange things were unbelievably fast. They appeared in the air in an instant. They were only the size of a pinky nail, or even smaller. These strange things were black and white. They looked like ants, but they had sharp fangs. Their legs were small and sharp, and they had 4 wings. The small wings could cut the void. "Divine soul-devouring ant!" A shocked voice came out of Su Muxin's mouth. Her beautiful face also changed color. There was a feeling of fear and horror. At this moment, Du Xiaofu finally knew why the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, wanted to escape. Obviously, she provoked the divine soul-devouring ant and was being chased by it. She had no choice but to escape. Chapter 1605. Du Xiaofu knew about the divine soul-devourer ants. If the lion's roar demonic beetle was already terrifying enough, then the divine soul-devourer ants were at least 30 times more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the lion's roar demonic beetle. Whether it was speed or defense, The divine soul devourer ants far surpassed the lion's roar demonic beetle. The most terrifying thing was that these divine soul devourer ants not only devoured flesh and primordial spirit, but also had terrifying spiritual intelligence. They were vengeful, and if anyone provoked these divine soul devourer ants, they would be hunted down and killed. Buzz buzz! The overwhelming divine soul devourer ants whizzed through the air, ignoring Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. They directly chased after the descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong. There's actually such a terrifying creature in the divine domain. Even with Su Muxin's personality, she gasped at this moment. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, "Fortunately, these divine soul devourer ants didn't attack us. These divine soul devourer ants are chasing after the descendant of the great snow mountain. It's enough for him to suffer." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes moved. He was also secretly moved. Lian Qingrong's strength was absolutely powerful. He couldn't gain the upper hand even with his full strength. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, the other party obviously had a trump card. It was hard to tell who would win in the end. Originally, Du Xiaofu thought that he could sweep through everything in the divine domain. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. There was actually a nirvana supremacy from thousands of years ago who had entered the divine domain. He hoped that there was only one of them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. "Are you okay?" Su Muxin sized up Du Xiaofu. The battle with Lian Qingrong just now was so shocking. She still remembered that when they were in the Tianhuang mainland, he was only a martial honor. However, in the blink of an eye, he had become so powerful. "I'm fine. If he didn't run, I could definitely beat him down." Du Xiaofu patted his chest as if he was making a solemn vow. "He's very strong. He's the successor of the great snow mountain, and his inheritance is no less than that of the 9 great clans." While they were speaking, Su Muxin arrived beside Du Xiaofu. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and the curves of her body were moving. She was both charming and holy, and her temperament was very special. Her charm was enough to make all living things infatuated, and her holiness was inviolable. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and said, "I'm also very strong. I'm a greater supreme nirvana, and he's only a lesser supreme." Su Muxin was somewhat speechless. Was this really the world-famous, savage demon king? She opened her pearly white teeth and said, "I have to go find senior sister and Jian. The people from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism are causing trouble for our Hahuan school. I'll go with you." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and his expression immediately became gloomy. His clear eyes revealed an undisguised chill as he said, "They're making a move on the Hahuan school because of me. It seems like I have to do something." "What do you plan to do?" Su Muxin asked. "Just take care of them," Du Xiaofu said in a relaxed manner. "The school of legalism and vertical and horizontal also have many experts. You have to be careful. I've received news that this time, the school of legalism and vertical and horizontal have sent in some monstrous geniuses." Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're a supreme nirvana, and your strength isn't restricted here. However, it's hard to say if the school of legalism and vertical and horizontal doesn't have any. If we're besieged at that time, we'll be the ones to suffer. I'm not afraid of being besieged. I like to win with fewer people the most." Du Xiaofu suddenly turned his gaze to Su Muxin and said, "You just said we. Do you want to go with us? The school of vertical and horizontal and legalism are making a move on the Hahuan school. I can't just ignore it." Su Muxin's expression was slightly cold as she said, "I was originally worried that the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism would make a move on the Hahuan school. Now I don't have to worry anymore. If we don't fight back, they'll really think that the Hahuan school is a pushover. I'm the one who implicated the Hahuan school." Du Xiaofu was well aware that his title as the Hahuan school's supervisor had implicated the Hahuan school. That was why the school of legalism and vertical and horizontal were making a move on the Hahuan school. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also had some doubts in his heart. If the school of legalism were to make a move on the Hahuan school, it would still make sense. However, He didn't know why the school of vertical and horizontal would make a move on the Huan school. He didn't seem to have much of a grudge with the school of vertical and horizontal. All he did was win some treasures. However, since the school of vertical and horizontal wanted to get involved, Du Xiaofu didn't intend to be polite. In any case, he didn't have to worry about his debts and enemies. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. Let's go. We're also going to the center of the divine dominion. Rumor has it that the greatest opportunity lies in the center of the divine dominion, Su Muxin said. Her eyes were clear, and her long dress fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite and curvaceous figure was like a beautiful painting on this flattened mountain range. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, it's time to settle the score, Du Xiaofu said softly. A hint of coldness flashed across his clear eyes. Whoosh whoosh. Then, the two figures disappeared from the mountain range. In a flash, they were nowhere to be seen. Outside an ancient cave, there were many people surrounding it. However, no one dared to take half a step in. This was because there were disciples of legalism outside the cave, and they were all occupied by legalism. Damn it! The school of legalism has gone too far. What can we do? We're not as strong as them. With the legalism experts inside, we're no match for them. Many creatures around were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Even if they were at the same level, they were no match for the disciples of legalism. After a few outlaws and a few powerful demonic beasts were killed on the spot by the disciples of legalism, the surrounding people were so intimidated that no one dared to take half a step forward. Whoosh whoosh! 2 golden streams of light broke through the sky. Before the 2 disciples of legalism outside the ancient cave could react, they were pierced through between their eyebrows and killed. Chi La! The 2 life-saving talismans soared through the air and left. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Strands of ancient runes appeared in his palm, as if they had fused together with the space. This was the result of the last time he was immersed in comprehending. He had made slight progress. As the ancient runes appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm, the 2 life-saving talismans froze in the void, as if they were attracted by something. Voila! Just as Du Xiaofu was about to move, the ancient runes in his palm cracked, and the 2 life-saving talismans disappeared in an instant. Sigh. I'm still lacking a bit. Du Xiaofu sighed. He was still lacking a bit, and he couldn't completely comprehend the profound meaning contained within the life-saving talismans. Otherwise, he would have been able to control them just now. Who dares to touch a disciple of legalism? Outside the cave, several disciples of legalism shouted. Bang! A dazzling claw landed, tearing one of them apart. In midair, Su Muxin's beautiful figure swept down. Her curves were exquisite, and she was both bewitching and holy. As her figure landed on the ground, a soul storm swept out, causing one of the disciples of legalism to become sluggish. Then, his forehead was pierced through by a stream of energy. Bang, bang, bang! 3 muffled sounds rang out, and the remaining 3 people were once again killed by Du Xiaofu with ease. There are still people inside, Su Muxin said softly. Her attacks were also bewitching, and her voice was like the sounds of nature. There might be some dangers inside. Let's just wait for them to come. A sinister smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he looked at the ancient cave in front of him. It was incomparably majestic, and there were waves of multicolored light circulating around it. It was definitely extraordinary. There might be some astonishing treasures inside, but there might also be great dangers. It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu! He is the one who killed a disciple of legalism! The surrounding people exclaimed. Some of them were from the central province, and some of them recognized the Demon King. There's also the alluring phantom Su Muxin, the headmaster of Huan's school. There were also some cultivators from Shan province who recognized Su Muxin. Why are the alluring phantom Su Muxin and the Demon King together? What's so strange about this? The Demon King Du Xiaofu is the headmaster of Huan's school. Rumor has it that the legalism and the Demon King Du Xiaofu have a deep grudge. It seems like the Demon King Du Xiaofu is here to cause trouble for the legalism. The surrounding people were discussing, and some tactful people immediately retreated. There were many experts from legalism inside the cave. When the time comes, a great battle would be unavoidable, and they didn't want to be involved. Sure enough, after a while 30 or so disciples from legalism walked out of the cave. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained a lot in the cave. They were majestic and proud, and their temperaments were extraordinary. Even though everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same level in the divine domain, they still seemed to be a level above the rest. Seeing the disappearance of the people outside the cave, it wasn't hard for someone to guess that someone must have killed them. He immediately shouted, "Who dares to touch the people from legalism? Come out! The ones I killed were from legalism. What's with the shouting?" Du Xiaofu lazily leaned on a rock and stretched. Du Xiaofu. The dozens of disciples from legalism all looked over. When they saw the familiar figure, their expressions suddenly changed. Kill. Du Xiaofu didn't hold back. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large saber's shadow flew out from his right palm. It erupted with runes and cut through the void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wherever the saber's shadow passed, it contained the power of the 9 palaces. The dozens of disciples from legalism were killed in a few breaths of time, leaving behind a large pile of treasures and spatial pouches. There were life-saving talismans floating in front of Du Xiaofu, but they soon disappeared. I must find these life-saving talismans. Otherwise, I would have done it for nothing. Du Xiaofu frowned. If there were life-saving talismans, killing these disciples from legalism was equivalent to killing them for nothing. There are quite a lot of things. However, Du Xiaofu then revealed a smile. These disciples from legalism left quite a lot of things, and he didn't hesitate to take them all. Everyone, where are the people from legalism and school of vertical and horizontal? Du Xiaofu asked the surrounding creatures. He wanted to find the people from legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. There are people from legalism not far ahead. 6 hours ago, a treasure appeared on the left. I saw people from the school of vertical and horizontal. The spectators in the surroundings returned to their senses from their shock. Originally, they had thought that there would be a shocking battle, but they had never thought that in just a few breaths, the several dozen extraordinary and arrogant disciples of the school of legalism would be slain by the demon king Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1606. None of the creatures had a good impression of the people from the 9 great families, who had occupied a lot of places. They all began to inform them of the news. Many thanks. Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin left to search for people from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Several hours later, a group of disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal stood on top of a huge mountain peak. They were full of arrogance as they looked down on all creatures. There were huge beasts and spiritual birds that could not be defeated. Who dares to touch the things that the school of vertical and horizontal wants? A young man stood on top of the mountain like a deity. He held a long spear in his hand and looked down on everyone. His aura was like a divine dragon and his aura was like a fierce tiger. His whole body was covered in dazzling runes. Bang! With a low muffled sound, a golden figure descended and blasted him apart with a punch. A young man in purple battle clothes appeared. Chi La, a beautiful woman, descended. Her energy pierced through the void and killed many of the followers of the school of vertical and horizontal. She spoke with a voice like the sounds of nature and cold. Do you think the Hehuan school of the school of vertical and horizontal is easy to bully? The young man in purple battle clothes stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal with undisguised killing intent. Do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Heavens, who is that person? He actually wants the school of vertical and horizontal to kill themselves. It's Su Muxin from the Hehuan school and the demon king Du Xiaofu. The creatures in the surroundings cried out in alarm. Someone immediately recognized the two. Du Xiaofu, you dare kill people from the school of vertical and horizontal? On the mountain peak, the group of people from the school of vertical and horizontal came to their senses. They stood together and faced each other with weapons. Fierce killing intent filled the air as their eyes revealed ominous glints. The ones I killed were the school of vertical and horizontal. Go out and tell them that if they dare to touch the people around me, don't even think about leaving a single one of them in the divine domain. Du Xiaofu replied. You dare to provoke the school of vertical and horizontal? Kill! A young man shouted. He knew that Du Xiaofu was extraordinary. He had seen it with his own eyes, but he was not afraid because they had the numbers and everyone's cultivation were suppressed. Rumble! In an instant, dozens of attacks arrived at the same time, blasting towards Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin without holding back at all. Roar! Swish, 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 swish. Du Xiaofu activated his domineering aura and roared. The roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of a divine elephant shook the 9 heavens, causing many disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal to explode. The illusory saber formation in his hand was activated and killed another 10 people. Chi la la! Su Muxin only managed to kill a few followers from the school of vertical and horizontal. The rest were intentionally killed by Du Xiaofu. After collecting a large pile of treasures and cosmos bags, the 2 figures swaggered off. Oh my God! Some people in the distance were so shocked that they went limp. That demon king was too terrifying. The school of vertical and horizontal was not his match at all. It was a massacre. In the following days there would be disciples from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal being killed every few hours. The killers were all Demon King Du Xiaofu. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was wantonly searching for people from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism. This news caused an uproar in the divine realm. It's too tragic. More than 100 disciples from the legalism were killed until their heads bled. Some of the top disciples from the legalism had to run away in blood. Not only that, but the 300 people from the school of vertical and horizontal were almost all defeated by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Only a few managed to escape. They were as miserable as dogs. The legalism has always had a grudge against the Demon King Du Xiaofu. I don't know how the school of vertical and horizontal got involved. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is taking revenge. Too terrifying. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is too strong. The legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were no match for him. They could only be crushed. Many places in the divine realm were abuzz with discussions. Bastard, we can't let that brat go. He's provoking the school of vertical and horizontal. We won't let him go. On the Qinhuang mainland, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, Gong Senhua, and the other old ancestors were furious. In just a few days, several hundred disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism were killed. That demon king said he's going to start a massacre. He'll kill everyone he sees. Du Xiaofu is too despicable. He's purposely causing the legalism disciples to commit suicide. That demon king said that even if the old things from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism go in, he'll kill everyone he sees. The desolate nations people are also attacking the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. And the golden-winged rocks. They're the most savage. They don't put the legalism disciples in their eyes. A large group of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal's disciples were furious. However, their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Within the divine realm, the desolate nations and golden-winged rocks were also attacking the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. It could be said that the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were completely surrounded and annihilated. Lawless. This is a provocation, an absolute provocation. If I don't kill that brat, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. The elders and experts of the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were on the verge of collapse. They were stamping with rage. You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you be so arrogant? On the Qinhuang mainland, the old lady of the golden-winged rocks said this sentence. Her wrinkled face was full of smiles. She didn't take the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism seriously at all. Legalism is in trouble. Bloody bad luck. The school of vertical and horizontal is also involved. They're probably regretting it so much that their intestines are turning green. That little demon king is really scary. He's killing everyone by himself. Many super experts in the surroundings were enjoying the show. They stroked their beards and laughed. Within the divine realm, there was also the sun, moon, and stars. Everything was no different from the outside world. At night, the moonlight was like a ribbon. A graceful figure was shrouded in the moonlight. She was holy and enchanting, moving one's heart and soul. In the mountains under the moonlight, she was like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? The legalism won't let you off. A legalism disciple was imprisoned. When he saw the familiar figure in front of him, his hair stood on end. Fear crept out from the depths of his primordial spirit. However, he had a life-saving talisman. Even if he didn't die, he still had something to rely on. Qi! Du Xiaofu ignored this legalism disciple. Ancient runes flew out from his palm, twisting the void and spreading out a mysterious power. At this moment, the shining life-saving talisman between the legalism disciple's eyebrows seemed to be attracted by something. It started to move like a living thing, as if it was about to be sucked out. Ka! But in the end, the legalism disciple's eyebrows cracked. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and the life-saving talisman disappeared. Sigh! Du Xiaofu sighed. He put away a few Qiankun bags and 2 high-grade Dharma artifacts with a disappointed expression. What's wrong? Su Muxin walked over with a slight frown on her face. I killed the 7th one too, Du Xiaofu said helplessly. He captured a few people and wanted to study their life-saving talismans, but he didn't succeed. It's not easy to study a life-saving talisman. Rumor has it that there were some extremely talented people who wanted to study it, but they didn't find anything, Su Muxin said. But I did find something. It won't take long for me to succeed. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with determination. Although he failed time and time again, he gained something new every time. Especially in the time ultimacy, space ultimacy, primordial spirit ultimacy, vitality ultimacy, and other ultimacies. This made Du Xiaofu even more confident that he could carve out his own path. I hope you succeed. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Su Muxin's clear eyes moved slightly. She could see that this guy was stubborn, and not many people could compare to him. She then said softly, I still haven't found Senior Sister and Jian. I hope they are safe. Don't worry too much. Even if something happens, they have life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu comforted. He thought of the laughing Rakshasa, Tang Meiling, and couldn't help but frown. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Many people gathered in the valley, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Waves of invisible aura spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Too arrogant. We can't let that kid go. Let's kill him together. A handsome young man appeared in the sky. His eyes were filled with runes and filled with dragon might. It was as if the might of a true dragon had descended. He was the Dragon Fifth, a terrifying existence among the dragons. He was still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Du Xiaofu in the legalism tournament. I've received confirmation that the kid's last attack was not far from here. The sky is already dark, so he must have settled down nearby. An outstanding young man was wrapped in radiance. He was Zhang Wenjing from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was also one of the top experts among the younger generation of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was in the same boat as the dragon. He was still brooding over his defeat last time. He's a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. He's very strong, a young man in his late 20s said. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his dazzling black eyes were like obsidian. He exuded a heroic and awe-inspiring temperament, but there was a hidden sharpness in his eyes like an eagle's. The young man's invisible aura was oppressive, making people feel an inexplicable sense of danger. He was Han Qianran, the strongest existence among the younger generation of the legalism tournament. He had been seriously injured last time, but he had recovered with the support of the legalism tournament. Dragon Fifth and Zhang Wenjing were also somewhat suppressed by Han Qianran. They knew that they weren't as strong as him. There are so many of us. Can't we kill that kid? Dragon Fifth asked. There were more than 1,000 people in the God domain, and they were all at the initial stage of the domain realm. They didn't believe that they couldn't deal with the Demon King Du Xiaofu alone. He's extraordinarily strong. If we want to kill him, we have to be fully prepared. If we were outside, we might not have a good chance, but in the God domain, it's our chance, Han Qianran said. His dark eyes flashed with coldness in the moonlight. He had been rising proudly, and it wouldn't take long for him to become the pillar of the legalism tournament and carry the banner of the legalism tournament. However, the defeat not long ago had caused him to suffer a disastrous decline. He knew that if he didn't kill Du Xiaofu this time, it would affect his future cultivation and become a stubborn obstacle. The next morning, the morning sun rose and shone on the mountains. Crack! Du Xiaofu stretched and felt comfortable all over. Chapter 1607. It's time to go. Su Muxing floated over. Her graceful figure made Du Xiaofu swallow his saliva. Then, with a righteous expression, he said, "Let's continue our search. If we meet people from the school of legalism or the school of vertical and horizontal, it's their bad luck. Demon King, I saw people from the school of legalism not far ahead. There are quite a few of them, dozens of them." After a while, a dozen or so young men and women spoke up on the main road. They were very enthusiastic about Du Xiaofu and Su Muxing's journey. "Is that so? Can you bring me there?" Du Xiaofu asked with a faint smile. "Sure." They hesitated for a moment and looked at each other, but nodded in the end. "You really want to go?" Su Muxing asked Du Xiaofu. She felt that these young men and women were a little strange. Their eyes were flickering, and they kept looking around. There must be something wrong. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Su Muxing, "Follow me closely, don't get lost." Su Muxing's eyes flickered. She already understood and nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, the dozen people led the way. Du Xiaofu and Su Muxing followed and turned into a rainbow. "It's just a little ahead." An hour later, in front of a vast valley, the dozen people stopped and said to Du Xiaofu and Su Muxing. Du Xiaofu looked around. There was no one around, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "There's an ambush. There are talisman formations around us." Su Muxing's expression changed. Her Yuanshan was very powerful, and she was also a talisman master. She noticed some clues. "Kiki, you dare to touch the school of vertical and horizontal? I won't forgive you." The leader of the group immediately changed his expression. He was a follower of the school of vertical and horizontal. Because he was unfamiliar with Du Xiaofu, he had been searching everywhere for him. They were also part of the group that went out to search for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. However, they were lucky and encountered the Demon King, which led them here. Rumble! As soon as the young man and woman finished speaking, numerous pillars of light shot up into the sky. The light was dazzling, and there were talisman matrices that were activated. They covered the sky and the sun, and their pressure spread out in all directions. They were powerful and shocking. That terrifying sound enveloped heaven and earth. Killing intent rushed into the heavens. This was a great killing formation. Along with the activation of the talisman formation, the surrounding space changed as winds and clouds surged, and the 10+ young men and women instantly vanished. "This is a killing formation. They've set up a killing trap." Su Muxing frowned. She could feel that the terrifying killing formation around her was extraordinary. "It's all right. Stand by my side. Don't stray too far from me." Du Xiaofu spoke. His gaze was firm and confident, and it was also frightening. Su Muxing looked at Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, she felt a sense of security. It was as if everything would be fine if she stood by his side, and she wouldn't have to worry anymore. She had never had such a feeling before. It tugged at her heartstrings. That feeling was indescribable. She was a little absent-minded, but it was very wonderful. Rumble, roar! In an instant, the space within the great formation collapsed. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Stars fell, winds rose, and clouds surged. There were also countless ferocious beasts that pounced over. Their killing intent was revealed, and they covered the sky and the earth as they pressed down. Hold me tight! Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and hugged the graceful and alluring figure in his arms. His footsteps were ethereal and unpredictable. Those frightening murderous intents that were descending would quietly and strangely disappear around him. Su Muxin was stunned. The last time was an illusion, but this was the first time a man was so close to her, and he even hugged her tightly. But in the end, her hands still wrapped around his waist. A strange feeling tugged at her heartstrings. Boom! At the same time, golden light erupted from Du Xiaofu's body, and an enormous golden ape with a sparkling and translucent body appeared. Mysterious talisman markings that covered the sky surged around its body, and they carried silver-gold arcs of lightning that caused the surrounding space to ripple violently. Aoo! This was the red-bone horse ape. Its roar was like thunder, and its innate spirit eyes looked down on everything in the world. It suddenly swung its claw, and lightning arcs overflowed in all directions. It brought with it a hazy radiance, as if it was the beginning of the world. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep through all directions and suppress everything. Swish! This claw tore apart space and destroyed the killing intent within the great formation. It brought with it an indescribable pressure as it tore apart the great formation. Vast and mighty energy swept through the sky like a flood, and a low muffled sound resounded in the sky. Rumble! Suddenly the sound waves were sonorous and ear-splitting. The runes and energy that filled the sky spread out in all directions. Then, the terrifying killing formation was directly destroyed, and the runes and energy that filled the sky dissipated in the canyon. Thousands of figures appeared in all directions of the canyon, and their expressions changed. They didn't expect the Demon King to forcefully break the formation so quickly. Su Muxin let go of Du Xiaofu, and a slight blush appeared on her charming face, but it disappeared in a flash. Dragon Fifth, Zhang Wenjing, Han Qianran. Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw a few familiar figures. His face was cold, and a sneer appeared on his lips. They've set up a killing formation! Su Muxin's eyes focused. She could feel the fierce killing intent in the surroundings. Thousands of figures revealed killing intent in their eyes. This was a terrifying killing formation, luring them in, and then killing them. Thousands of people, and they were experts from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. Su Muxin focused, and she was worried. This was a sure kill formation set up by the other party. So many people were set up just to kill the two of them. We meet again. Dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism. Is this an alliance? At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't care. He looked at Zhang Wenjing, Dragon Fifth, and Han Qianran and smiled faintly. At this moment, Dragon Fifth, Han Qianran, Zhang Wenjing, and the others felt a chill. They didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly trembled, and they felt a little uneasy. Du Xiaofu, you provoked the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, and also provoked the dragons. This time, you're dead. Zhang Wenjing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and said coldly. Haha, did you see that? That kid seems to have lost his life-saving talisman. He doesn't have a life-saving talisman. Dragon Fifth's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. The Demon King Du Xiaofu didn't have a life-saving talisman between his eyebrows. Swish, swish. Suddenly, all eyes swept over and landed on Du Xiaofu's forehead. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Without a life-saving talisman, that kid is dead this time. In an instant, many disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism laughed excitedly, as if they had won the lottery. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't have a life-saving talisman, and could be killed in one fell swoop. However, they had life-saving talismans on them. Protect yourself? Du Xiaofu's voice fell into Su Muxin's ears. He said softly, "If you're injured, I'll feel terrible." Boom! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu attacked first. He took the initiative to attack first. "Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have more people? A few days ago, I didn't have enough fun killing. Today, I can have fun." After shouting, Du Xiaofu's figure turned into a golden lightning, like a human-shaped rock. Boom! Du Xiaofu punched out with a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar. A large area of space exploded, and more than a dozen creatures who didn't dodge were blown up. The mountains below collapsed and the earth cracked, turning into ruins. "Attack quickly! Surround him!" In an instant, Dragon Fifth, Han Qianran, and Zhang Wenjing's expressions changed, and they shouted loudly. In an instant, densely packed attacks came from all directions. Roar! Boom! Meridian spirits roared, martial veins were activated, treasures were in the air, there were terrifying spiritual roots, and there were frightening primordial spirit attacks. Roar! There were also many ferocious demonic beasts that followed the dragons. They turned into huge bodies and covered the sky, occupying the void. All of these attacks were directed at Du Xiaofu from all directions. Rumble! In the sky above the canyon, the wind and clouds surged. The void was dazzling and blazing, and destructive power covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. This was a sure-kill trap set up by Han Qianran, Dragon Fifth, and Zhang Wenjing. More than 1,000 people surrounded Du Xiaofu. At this moment, these 1,000 people were all in the early stages of the martial domain realm. They did not believe that they could not kill Du Xiaofu. The densely packed attacks from all directions destroyed everything. Dragon Fifth, Zhang Wenjing, and Han Qianran watched coldly from behind. They didn't care how many of those people died, not to mention that they still had a life-saving talisman. What they wanted was Du Xiaofu's life, and they didn't move now. They were just watching from the sidelines. They wanted to give the Demon King the most fatal blow at the most suitable time. Buzz! Du Xiaofu made his move, and the illusory saber formation was activated. Hundreds of saber lights broke through the air, cutting through the void, containing the 9 palaces of Yin and Yang. Purple flames rolled, turning into a sea of fire, and a huge purple flame demon phoenix shadow appeared in the sky. Sumeru illusion. Xiaoyang seal. Taiyin seal. Du Xiaofu made his move. Everywhere he passed, blood mist poured, and screams of agony could be heard. Demon King Du Xiaofu's figure destroyed everything in its path. It crushed everything in all directions, and it was incomparably disdainful. Ping descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu rushed towards the crowd, and instead of retreating, an illusory pink golden wing condensed behind his back. A golden sun hung in the sky, and majestic light filled the air. It was like a ping spreading its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens, carrying the domineering will of the golden wing ping bird race. Roar! The ferocious birds and beasts that were pouncing from all directions felt such a terrifying aura. They screamed and roared, and their bodies prostrated. Buzz! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a purple-gold light bloomed in the sky. The purple-gold heavenly palace was in his hand, and dazzling talisman patterns rushed out from the purple-gold heavenly palace. It was like a tiger's bones and dragon's bones, like a heavenly phoenix soaring into the sky, like a red phoenix facing the morning sun, crossing the 9 heavens. A dazzling energy erupted from the purple-gold heavenly palace like a suppressed volcano. The god of weapons, peerless in the sky. Roar! Woo-woo! This mouthful had the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, and roars in all directions. There were also gusts of wind and thunder, and the cries of ghosts and gods, as if there were gods and demons roaring. Legalism, kill! Kill! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved the purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand, and streaks of sword aura raged in the sky like thunder, cutting a large number of figures into pieces. School of vertical and horizontal, kill! Mixed blood dragon, kill! The purple-gold heavenly palace was in the sky, and the cries of dragons and turtles were heard. A terrifying sword aura swept across the sky, causing the mountains around the valley to collapse and the ground to crack. The terrifying killing intent made one's soul tremble. A large number of demonic beasts were killed, and many figures were cut into pieces. Chi-La! The sword aura swept out. Not only could it devour the artifact spirits of Dharma and Tao artifacts, it could also kill everything. Kill as many as you see! Du Xiaofu's clear eyes were filled with purple-gold lightning, and became blood-red. The monstrous killing intent was not concealed, and it swept across the sky. At this moment, this peerless demon king exploded, destroying everything and starting a massacre. Chapter 1608. Blade radiance danced in the air, killing in all directions. Nothing could stop it. The appearance of the sword radiance shook the heavens and the earth, destroying everything in its path. Rumble, ah! The surrounding energy rumbled like thunder, and a terrifying baleful aura rippled crazily. There were endless screams, but soon after, the slaughtered creatures were wrapped in life-saving talismans and disappeared in the canyon. Buzz, buzz! Wind and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaofu's golden wings spread out behind him. He used the rock descents from the 9 heavens to suppress all directions. He was like a human-shaped rock. With a terrifying physical body, Du Xiaofu was able to ensure his safety. He was not afraid of any attacks from all directions. With the rock of 10,000 miles and the wave-like carefree steps, his figure was like an unpredictable lightning as he killed his enemies. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared. Golden light shone brightly as he attacked like a storm. He was like the Demon King, like a god of war. His killing intent was overflowing. Around the canyon, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void collapsed, and a large part of the canyon turned into ruins. Countless boulders were crushed into powder. Thousands of creatures, including many huge demonic beasts, were surrounded and attacked. At this moment, they were still being slaughtered. They screamed and fled. Kill! 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 Du Xiaofu's purple battle robe was stained with blood. He held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand and started a massacre. Groups of experts fell, their bodies were cut into pieces, and blood spurted out. At this moment, the entire Qinhuang mainland was shaken by what had happened. One figure after another fell from the space of the god domain, and one after another, huge demonic beasts were sent out. All of them were horrified. Demon King Du Xiaofu did it. He did it alone. There were 2, but there was a woman who didn't make a move. It was all done by that Demon King Du Xiaofu. Silhouettes fell one after another. In their shock, they informed the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the elders and experts of the dragons, that they had been killed by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. If it wasn't for their life-saving talismans, they would have been completely annihilated. Large numbers of people were still falling from the sky. Dozens of them, hundreds of them. More and more people were being killed, falling from the divine domain to the Qinhuang mainland. The Demon King was killed by Du Xiaofu alone. This is heaven-defying. Terrifying. That Demon King is too terrifying. The entire Qinhuang mainland was shaken. Even the ancestor-level experts from the various clans and races were shocked. One person had killed hundreds of martial domain realm cultivators, and he was still killing in all directions. How terrifying was that? Demon King! That's the real Demon King! Too savage! An ancestor-level expert spoke. He was very shocked. If it wasn't for their life-saving talismans, then the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons would have suffered heavy losses. The dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism worked together, but in the end, they were killed by the Demon King. Too powerful. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. On the Qinhuang mainland, everyone was discussing. The Demon King was killing in a frenzy. That kind of ruthless killing had shocked them, and they all wanted to see it with their own eyes. The legalism ancestor, school of vertical and horizontal, and Dragon's experts were all twitching. Their expressions were ugly, and their faces were gloomy to the extreme. So many people, and the three major powers had worked together, but in the end, they were killed and ravaged by the Demon King. It was like a slap in the face in front of the whole world. It was a painful slap. In the divine domain, in the canyon, Su Mushin was also attacking with all her strength. Although it was not easy for her at the moment, and she was also being attacked from all sides, the pressure was not great. Everyone was shocked and attracted by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Those who besieged her were worried about the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Their hearts were trembling, and they were not in the mood to fight fiercely with her. Kill. Du Xiaofu had a set of saber formation, a purple-gold long sword, and a golden-winged rock phantom behind him. He was killing in all directions, and his attacks shook the sky. Dragon 5th, Zhang Wenjing, and Han Qianran's expressions changed. They did not expect this result. The killing formation could not stop Du Xiaofu, and these thousands of people could not stop Du Xiaofu. He was like an unstoppable realm, and no one could stop him. He was killing in all directions. There's no time to lose. Attack with all your strength and kill this monster, Han Qianran shouted. They could not delay any longer. Ayo, boom! In an instant, the dragon aura around Dragon 5 surged, and he turned into a giant white dragon that was thousands of feet long, and rushed out. The terrifying dragon aura descended. This was a real giant dragon with shining white dragon scales and 5 claws on its abdomen. Its power rushed to the sky, and its huge body crossed the void. Its eyes were like the sun, and a roar was heard from the ferocious dragon's mouth. Ayo, 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 ayo. The dragon's roar was endless, and all kinds of supreme talisman patterns covered the sky. Countless giant dragon phantoms were suspended in the sky, penetrating the void, and shaking the soul. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Kill! Zhang Wenjing attacked. Mist lingered around his body, and his eyes suddenly burst out with bright light. Blazing runes shot out from his eyes, like a burning sea of fire, mysterious and terrifying. The blazing flames suddenly surged, and Zhang Wenjing's killing intent was also monstrous. He turned into a sea of fire, and like a tide of flames, it distorted the void of this side of the world, and swept towards Du Xiaofu. Qi La! Han Qianran's body was surging with divine light, like a miracle. He opened his eyes, and a terrifying beam of light swept out like thunder. He had activated the half-step sovereign martial vein. A white tiger phantom turned into a real spirit, shining with white light, and peerless in the sky. The heavenly soul divine thunder densely covered the void, and several terrifying means were fusing and gathering together. In an instant, thunder and lightning rushed to the sky, and the white tiger roared. Some ferocious beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky. There were dragon phantoms roaring, and they turned into strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The void was collapsing, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This was the legalism's power of Dharma. The power of Dharma combined, and the power of Dharma was boundless. It was like a supreme being overlooking the common people. The 3 terrifying experts of the same generation attacked with all their strength, and without any reservation, they attacked together, wanting to kill Du Xiaofu. The 3 terrifying attacks came at him, and the void was shining brightly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it was as if there were bursts of thunder. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, holding the sword in his hand. He sneered and said calmly, "Didn't anyone tell you that I've already stepped into the Nirvana realm? I'm not suppressed, but you guys are just in the martial field." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's black hair fluttered in the wind. He no longer concealed his aura, and his eyes flashed with purple-gold lightning as he raised his sword again. Rumble! At the same time, Du Xiaofu activated his martial vein, and the purple-gold lightning talisman covered his body. Suddenly, the surrounding lightning arcs surged violently and shone brightly. At this moment, the sky was filled with rolling thunder clouds, and a supreme pressure descended. The purple-gold lightning surrounded him, and he was like a bright thunder sun in the sky, blooming brightly. Under the terrifying power, the entire void was distorted. This was the power of Nirvana, and it was much stronger than Han Qianran, Dragon Fifth, and Zhang Wenjing. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, and the rock soared to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu held his sword and moved forward like a god of war, like a demon king. When he took a step forward, the world trembled and the universe rumbled. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Zhang Wenjing, Han Qianran, and Dragon Fifth's attacks, and directly slashed out with his sword. Boom! The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the bright purple-gold lightning surged. Du Xiaofu's sword shattered the sea of fire around Zhang Wenjing, and his sword also cut off his head. Kill! Du Xiaofu slashed out again, and the void was split open. The sword radiance exploded with thunder, and Dragon Fifth's head was cut off. Back then, Dragon Fifth was trampled by Du Xiaofu on the legalism martial-proof platform. Now that Du Xiaofu had used the purple-gold heavenly palace and stepped into the Nirvana realm, how could Dragon Fifth be his opponent? And you die! Du Xiaofu's killing intent was monstrous, and the purple-gold lightning around his body drowned the void. His eyes suddenly shone with golden light, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed at Han Qianran with the strength to split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about this sword, but an incomparably overbearing aura suddenly spread out from the sword, causing the space to violently tremble. Wherever the sword passed, the space almost collapsed, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. When the sword radiance collided with Han Qianran's magic technique, the sword radiance suddenly drowned the world, and the purple-gold lightning swept in all directions, finally destroying Han Qianran's magic technique. Die! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Han Qianran, and he punched out. The purple-gold lightning surged, and then shattered the void, and the fist blew up Han Qianran's head. On the Qinhuang mainland, people kept falling. Zhang Wenjing of the school of vertical and horizontal fell, and his face was full of shock. A white dragon fell, and it shocked everyone. It was Dragon Fifth. Then, Han Qianran, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, fell in a sorry state. His pitch-black eyes were filled with shock and fear. Zhang Wenjing of the school of vertical and horizontal, Dragon Fifth of the dragons, and Han Qianran of the legalism. Someone exclaimed. The 3 of them were definitely the best of the best among their peers in this world, but at this moment, they couldn't withstand a single blow, and were killed by Du Xiaofu. Although they survived, they lost their life-saving talismans. That demon king is too strong! Many experts in various forces on the Qinhuang mainland were astonished. They were extremely shocked, causing their hearts to palpitate. We must kill that Hui! We must kill it! Li Qinfa clenched his fists in anger. His body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with anger. Kill it! Don't let it go! We must kill it! Gong Sunhua said, his hatred overflowing. We must destroy that Hui! It's provoking our dragon clan time and time again! The expert of the dragons shouted, and the sound waves shook the entire Qinhuang mainland. A group of shameless people! The school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragons set up a trap to kill my grandson, but in the end, they couldn't withstand a single blow. They were beaten like dogs by my grandson, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The old lady of the golden-winged rock clan did not hesitate to mock herself. She didn't need to guess to know what was going on. In the divine dominion, there were still people falling. The last Jiao dragon fell, and his eyes were filled with fear. After calming down, he said with a trembling voice, "The demon king, Du Xiaofu, wants me to deliver a message." "Speak." The expert of the dragons asked the Jiao dragon with a gloomy face. The Jiao dragon was a member of the dragon's bloodline, and was a member of the dragon clan. The Jiao dragon was cowering. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "That demon king said that he wants to remove the names of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism from the divine dominion. He wants the old bastards of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, to wash their necks clean. When he comes out, he will cut off their heads and kick them like balls." Chapter 1609. We swear to kill this bastard! We won't rest until we kill this bastard! Hearing this, all the experts and elders from the three major powers, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons, were enraged. They flew into a rage, and their auras shook the entire Chenhuang mainland. That little demon king is really bold. He's not afraid of anything. Many ancestor-level experts were dumbfounded. That little demon king was really too savage. He actually wanted to kick the heads of the ancestors from the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons like balls. This made them shudder with fear just thinking about it. Goo goo! Fortunately, we didn't provoke that demon king! In the distance, many experts from various powers trembled and sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly rejoiced that no one in their own sect had provoked that terrifying demon king. Otherwise, they would definitely have nightmares again and again. Divine Domain Canyon. Everywhere was a mess. It was razed to the ground. In midair, Du Xiaofu stepped on air with the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand. His hair danced in the wind, and his purple battle robe was stained with blood. His face was pale. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also had some minor injuries on his body. Those were from the siege, but they were not serious. His injuries were gradually recovering under the immortal Xian body. Hundreds of blade lights lingered in the void around Su Muxin. Those were the illusionary blade formation that Du Xiaofu activated to protect her. He was afraid that she would be hurt, so he withdrew it at this moment. Finally, it turned into a blade light and swept into his palm. How are you? Su Muxin floated to Du Xiaofu's side. She was worried and deeply shocked by the scene just now. That was an absolutely savage demon king. Thousands of martial domains. Although almost all of them were pseudo-martial domains, they were all killed. This demon king was absolutely savage and terrifying. I'm completely fine. Du Xiaofu smiled. At this moment, there were still more than 10 young and middle-aged men imprisoned in the void in front of him. Qiankuan bags, Dao items and magical items were scattered everywhere. It was like a treasure trove. After that, he cleaned up the battlefield without any hesitation. Su Muxin was a little dazed as she stared at his back. He was still protecting her with his saber array even when she was surrounded. He was a little glib-tongued and didn't seem serious, but at the crucial moment, he made her feel more at ease than she had ever felt before. Even just now, she felt at ease. I want to go into seclusion. After tidying everything up, Du Xiaofu said to Su Muxin. Looking at the dozen people who were imprisoned in front of him, he wanted to work harder on the research of the life-saving talisman. Otherwise, killing so many people would have been in vain. With a life-saving talisman, it was impossible to truly hurt the hearts of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. I'll protect you. Su Muxin nodded. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, the two of them disappeared from the canyon along with the dozen or so imprisoned figures. A moment later, in a spacious cave under an abyss, Du Xiaofu set up a restriction so that only Su Muxin could enter and leave freely. Du Xiaofu set up this restriction with all his strength. Only experts at the level of Lianqingrong, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, could break in. Others probably wouldn't have a chance to break that restriction. Du Xiaofu was relieved to go into seclusion. The place where Du Xiaofu went into seclusion was also the ancient desolation space. It could save a lot of time. In the divine dominion space, time was of the essence. Du Xiaofu was now much more open about seeking opportunities in the divine dominion space. The most important thing was to strengthen his own forces. However, it was precisely because of this that he had to seize the time to strengthen himself in the divine dominion space. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go out and deal with those old fellows like legalism. Du Xiaofu's original intention was to deliberately provoke those old fellows. However, Du Xiaofu knew that as long as he went out of the divine dominion space, those old fellows would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he might as well provoke those old fellows. However, he had to work hard to strengthen himself in the divine dominion space. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult when he went out. Du Xiaofu was originally worried about whether the ancient desolation space could be used in the divine dominion space. After probing, Du Xiaofu successfully entered. In the ancient desolation space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and stuffed a bunch of elixirs into his mouth. Recently, he had obtained countless treasures, elixirs, and elixirs. It was as if they were inexhaustible. He didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs. After calming down, Du Xiaofu wanted to go into seclusion. In addition to increasing his strength and going out to deal with those old fellows, at present, there were also experts like Lian Qingrong in the divine dominion space. There were also many dangers, such as the divine soul-devouring ant that even Lian Qingrong had to escape from. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but pay attention to this. If he wasn't strong enough, there was only one outcome. That was to stay in the divine dominion space forever. If he wasn't killed, he would fall into a dangerous situation and bleed. Therefore, he had to work hard to improve himself. This was what Du Xiaofu had to work hard for. In the divine dominion space, there were countless opportunities and was suitable for cultivation. However, it was also incomparably cruel. It was the embodiment of natural selection, and there were dangers at all times. Strong! I must become strong! Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with determination. Only when he was completely strong could he look down on everything in the divine dominion space. Only then could he go out of the divine dominion space and contend with those old fellows. He might even be able to retaliate against those old fellows like the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal in the future. After that, Du Xiaofu chewed on the elixirs and looked at the imprisoned people. He looked at the life-saving talismans between their eyebrows and continued to comprehend them. Hula! In the palm of his hand, ancient runes flew out. Du Xiaofu entered the state of comprehending the life-saving talismans. After a while, Du Xiaofu didn't move and immersed himself in it. Soon, he entered the state of comprehension. At this moment, time passed slowly in the outside world. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, killed the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism in one battle. This battle shook the entire divine dominion space. The news spread from all directions and caused a huge commotion in the divine dominion space. In the Qinhuang mainland, the experts and elders of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons were enraged. Soon they were puzzled. It had been half a month. During this period, the people of the three factions were searching for the Demon King everywhere. However, the Demon King suddenly disappeared. The three factions of the legalism found out from the news that someone was killed. After the shocking battle, the Demon King never appeared again. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Haha, it seems like the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons can't even find the Demon King, let alone deal with him. Old man Di Ho of the school of vertical and horizontal said. He wasn't afraid of Li Chenfa, Gong Sunhua, and the others. Even if they find him, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. The people of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons probably don't dare to find him. Old Monster Xinghun said with a sanctimonious look. However, his words were the most sinister. I think so too. I'm afraid that the people of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons have all hidden in the divine dominion space. Bing Emo said with a smile. Humph. Someone from the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons sneered. That brat probably knows that someone is looking for him. He definitely won't dare to show himself. Li Chenfa's eyes were gloomy as he said. That brat thinks that he'll be fine if he hides. Humph, he'll definitely come out. How dare he jump around without a life-saving talisman? He's dead meat. The divine dominion space was in an uproar. Over the past half a month, the entire divine dominion space was changing. The three major forces of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons made a big move. All the experts gathered together as much as possible. Then, the experts moved together and swept out in all directions. They specifically targeted the disciples of the Huang country, the Golden Winged Rock, and the Huan school. They paid high prices and secretly searched for the whereabouts of the disciples of the Huang country, the Golden-Winged Rock, and the Huan school before killing them. The divine dominion space was turbulent. Disciples of the Huang country, the Huan school, and the Golden-Winged Rock were constantly killed and fell into the divine dominion space. Under the siege, they were no match for them. However, the Golden-Winged Rock was not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Huang country, including the Du family, the Heavenly Beast Hall, and the World Society, were no weaklings. It could be said that all of them had been tempered by the divine thunder. Therefore, in such a battle, there were casualties on both sides. However, under the combined efforts of the school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons, the disciples of the Huang country, the Huan school, and the Golden-Winged Rock were at a disadvantage and suffered more casualties. Obviously, the experts of the three major forces, the school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons, were forcing Du Xiaofu to come out. However, later on, the school of Mo, the school of agriculture, and the school of yin-yang began to intervene. They also secretly joined forces and resisted the attacks of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. This greatly reduced the pressure on the disciples of the Huang country in the divine dominion space. The school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons joined forces. Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman were severely injured, but they escaped in the end. The Heavenly Beast Hall's silver-winged demonic condor, the Huang country's Yi Zijin, Tianwu Academy's Gu Xingyan, the general, the seven-star Hall's Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and even the older generations Yu Xianzi and Amethyst Venerable were surrounded. In the end, they relied on their treasures to escape and were narrowly killed. A mysterious expert from the school of vertical and horizontal attacked and injured the Golden-Winged Rock's Jialo Kailing. In the end, Jialo Jiuyu joined the battle and fought to a draw with the mysterious expert. That battle was too shocking and terrifying. The dragons, Long Lu, Long Si, and Long San appeared and killed many of the Heavenly Beast Hall's demonic beasts. However, it was said that Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, and the others escaped in the end. The Huang country's Du Xiaoyao appeared and killed many experts from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Rumor has it that the school of Yin-Yang's Qi Yi Shi and the Purple Star demonic dragon emperor killed many of the dragon's people. The school of agriculture has a Zhou Xiaoluo. Her strength is unstoppable. She joined forces with Jialo Jiuyu and defeated the mysterious expert from the school of vertical and horizontal. The school of Moism also sent a top expert and killed many of the legalism's people. Strange. The desolate country's 18 heavenly generals killed many of the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal not long ago. Why did they disappear recently? Those 18 people are terrifying. Each of them can take on 100 people by themselves. The entire divine domain was changing. Various parties were fighting endlessly. In the end, they were evenly matched and no one could gain much of an advantage. Chapter 16:10. In the misty space of the desolate ancient space, the ancient runes in Du Xiaofu's palm pulsed. The space around him twisted and rippled. It was extremely mysterious. Time, space, life force, and primordial spirit. It doesn't seem right either. No. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes as he muttered. I was bewitched and couldn't see the essence. It's too vast. I need to study it carefully from the source to comprehend its original meaning and derivation. After that, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend in silence. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was like an old monk sitting in meditation. In the desolate ancient space, the dozen or so people who were restrained were in a daze. They felt uneasy. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons. In the depths of the mountains, Du Yunlong's face was ashen. His cloud robes were stained with blood. However, he had used his lightning martial vein and heavenly dragon cover to escape. He had almost been killed. Heal your injuries first. When the time comes, we'll meet up with third brother, little Yao, little Qing, and the 18 guards. Then, we'll give them a head-on attack, Du Xiaoman said. Her eyes were cold, and her graceful figure was wrapped in lightning. When the time comes, we'll settle the score with them. Di Yumeng's cloud robe shook. Lightning shot out from his eyes, and the two figures disappeared. The mountains were vast and boundless. These mixed-blood dragons actually dared to join forces with legalism and school of vertical and horizontal to deal with my father. Kill every one of them. On the mountain peak, little Xingxing spoke. His tender voice carried an air of absolute nobility. Golden flames rose in his eyes. Behind him, many demonic beasts submitted. We have to find your father first, Chieshi said. Starlight enveloped the area. Many experts from the school of Yin-Yang followed behind her. Waves of vigorous aura fluctuated. Yin-Yang Qi enveloped the area. The boundless plains were vast and boundless. The clouds and sky were aligned. Legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal. Do you want to die? A golden-clothed young man with shoulder-length golden hair had a cold expression on his face. He was thin and tall, and his facial features were handsome as if they were carved by a knife. The corners of his mouth originally held a wanton and unrestrained smile, but at this moment it had turned into a cold arc. He was Du Xiaoyao. His resplendent golden eyes seemed capable of seducing souls. At this moment, his murderous intent was surging. His golden eyes emitted a golden light as if they were burning with a golden divine flame. His entire being exuded the aura of an awe-inspiring king. We have to find third young master as soon as possible, and then deal with those bastards. The little tiger stood ramrod straight like a statue. Its deep, dark eyes were pitch black and filled with an ominous glint. I wonder where Big Brother is right now. Those bastards are definitely going all out to deal with Big Brother. Du Xiaoqing's brows were tightly knitted together. Her ink-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, all the way to her soft waist and perky buttocks. She was enchanting and graceful. However, at this moment, her devastatingly beautiful face was ice-cold. Within her eyes, azure-red flames were dazzling, as if they could incinerate all things. Beside Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and the little tiger were many of the Du clan's younger generation and Yao beasts from the Heavenly Beast Hall. Their auras were vigorous and fierce. They'd all just fought a bloody battle not too long ago. The school of Yin-Yang, the school of Moism, the Golden-Winged Great Ping clan, and many other Yao beasts from the Beast region are also making their moves. The dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism are definitely not having an easy time. Someone spoke. Her words were like pearls. Her voice was soft, clear, and extremely pleasant to the ear. The one who spoke was a woman. She was elegant and refined, and had a natural aura about her. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Behind her stood many disciples of the school of agriculture. Their vigorous auras fluctuated, and their momentum was astonishing. Sister Xiao Luo, thank you for your help, said Du Xiaoqing to the elegant woman. You don't need to thank me. The woman smiled and stood there quietly. She didn't say anything, but her aura was like an orchid. Her appearance was elegant, and her bearing was indescribably noble. It's just that guy is too much of a scammer. He even took away my Taihang Mountain, said a woman. She was about 28 years old, with a tall and slender figure. Her hair was as black as ink, and her skin was like jade. She exuded an indescribable charm. This was Mo Jinyu, who'd been scammed by Du Xiaofu into taking away the Mo clan's precious treasure, Taihang Mountain. After returning to the Mo clan, she'd been scolded quite a bit, but she couldn't voice her grievances. Recently, she'd run into the school of agriculture by chance. Sister Jinyu, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely ask my brother to return Taihang Mountain to you, said Du Xiaoqing with an embarrassed and intimate smile. She seemed to be making a solemn vow. Ai. Mo Jinyu sighed. She'd already received news that Taihang Mountain had been refined by someone. Given the Demon King's personality, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return it. time flowed by. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu, who'd entered a meditative state, opened his eyes once again. Golden light surged in his eyes, and ancient runes danced in his palms like flames. The ancient runes changed, from 1 to 2, then to 4, and finally to 8 ancient runes that revolved around Du Xiaofu's body. The 8 ancient runes were arranged in a mysterious manner, and they were connected in a mysterious arc, distorting the void. These 8 ancient runes were very strange. Some of them were golden, some of them were white, some of them were filled with lightning, some of them were misty, some of them were blazing with flames, and some of them were howling with wind. Rumble! When the 8 runes condensed in Du Xiaofu's palms, 8 invisible forces shot up from the abyss where he'd been in seclusion. They gathered in the firmament, causing the entire divine domain to tremble, before dissipating into nothingness. Every living being in the God domain could feel the commotion, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu's eyes were like torches. At this moment, he was enveloped by the 8 ever-changing runes, and he seemed even more resolute. Under the illumination of the light, his body became even more translucent, and he was suffused with a faint purple-gold color. He was like a god. During this period of comprehension, Du Xiaofu felt as if his entire body had been imperceptibly cleansed. His aura was calm, and his eyes were unmoving. However, the imperceptible aura around him had become even stronger. It's not just time, space, vitality, and soul. There's also sky, earth, mountain, lake, thunder, wind, water, and fire. I've finally made some progress. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. His body glowed brightly, and there was a smile in his eyes. Qi! Then Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and the 8 runes rose up. In the end, they gathered and twisted together, forming a series of runes. They were actually similar to the life-saving runes in the divine domain. Let's do an experiment on you first. Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the first sealed youth. The ancient runes in his palm moved, and with the point of his index finger, the runes flew directly into the youth's forehead. Ka! At this moment, an incredible scene occurred. The life-saving rune between the youth's eyebrows trembled in an instant, and a bright light burst out. It was as if a divine fire was burning, and then it cracked and turned into rune fragments. The light began to dim, and it no longer existed. The life-saving rune had been completely destroyed. When the people around him saw this, they couldn't help but tremble violently. The life-saving rune could be destroyed. This was definitely the scene that they didn't want to see the most. It was also the scene that made their hair stand on end. As expected, I understand now. Du Xiaofu smiled. A stream of light flew out from his fingertip, and it landed between the youth's eyebrows. Qi! A bloody hole appeared between the youth's eyebrows, and his soul scattered. He couldn't be taken away by the life-saving rune. He couldn't be more dead. Everyone was shocked. Fear appeared in their eyes, and their primordial spirits trembled. The Demon King could destroy the life-saving rune, and this made them lose their greatest reliance. Originally, when they were sealed, they thought that no matter what, at least their lives wouldn't be in danger. But now, they saw with their own eyes that the Demon King could destroy the life-saving rune, and their mood immediately fell into hell. Swish, swish. A moment later, the remaining dozen people were all killed, and the life-saving rune between their eyebrows shattered. It's just a beginner, but at least there's some progress, Du Xiaofu muttered. His hand seals changed, and 8 ancient runes flew into his body. It was as if they were connected to his body, and it was extremely mysterious. As the 8 ancient runes flew into his body, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly lit up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be using these runes to nourish and baptize his body. If someone saw this, they would definitely be scared to death. This guy really dared to use anything. In fact, Du Xiaofu wasn't deliberately using these ancient runes to temper his body. Instead, he felt that these ancient runes could be connected to his body. He just wanted to improve his comprehension and pry into more mysteries. During this seclusion, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the life-saving rune had made great progress. However, It hadn't reached the extreme, and he had just set foot in it. However, even if he had just set foot in it, it was still a great progress. Du Xiaofu felt that he had obtained a kind of sublimation in his comprehension, and it had made him improve a lot. Even if he attacked now, it was still much stronger than before. It's still early. I'll continue to comprehend for a while. In the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu didn't worry about the problem of time. He continued to silently comprehend. Using the 8 ancient runes to baptize his body and sublimate himself, it was as if he was searching for his true self to improve himself. Du Xiaofu also continued to immerse himself in the vast comprehension. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. Radiance rose from his body, and it was related to the 8 ancient symbols. Some were resplendent with golden light, some were dazzling with white light, some were suffused with lightning, some were misty with mist, and some were rising with raging flames. Everything seemed to be deriving. As the ancient runes rose, Du Xiaofu's aura began to grow stronger. His primordial spirit was strengthened, and even his body seemed to become more crystalline. The 8 ancient runes turned into mysterious runes that changed endlessly around his body. They burned like divine flames, releasing the light of concepts. He seemed more and more extraordinary, like a god. During this process, Du Xiaofu's mind was immersed in comprehension. He also felt that he was sublimating, as if he was undergoing nirvana once again. Chapter 16:11. Everything was being destroyed, but Du Xiaofu's true self was not destroyed. It was being refined, cleansed, and cleansed, allowing his true self to become clearer and clearer. After an unknown amount of time, Du Xiaofu woke up. The ancient runes on his body were withdrawn, and golden light drilled into his body like golden snakes. His whole body was emitting a divine radiance, giving people a feeling of transcendence and power. I've improved a lot. It's time to come out. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, shaking the void. Feeling the changes in his body, he was satisfied and smiled. Du Xiaofu came out and saw Su Muxin. Looking at the man in front of her, Su Muxin's heart trembled. She could feel that the guy in front of her was very different from before he went into seclusion. She could not describe this feeling. It was very mysterious, as if there was a qualitative difference. He seemed to have become stronger in a short period of time, climbing to a new height. You're finally out. It's been a month, and the outside world has become very complicated and chaotic. Then, Su Muxin frowned slightly. In the past month, she had gone out a few times and secretly gathered some information. What happened? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. He had been in seclusion for a month, which meant that 10 months had passed in the ancient desolate space. It was not a short time. The school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the legalism have joined forces and are looking for you everywhere. They are also dealing with the desolate country, the Hehuan school, the 7-star hall, and the golden winged rocks. They want to lure you out, but there are casualties on both sides. Su Muxin told Du Xiaofu about the information she had gathered. They're relying on their life-saving talismans, so they're not afraid of death. Du Xiaofu's expression darkened and killing intent surged in his eyes. It seemed that the massacre last time did not cause any real deterrence to the 3 major forces, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. They had a life-saving talisman, so they had something to rely on. Recently it has been rumored that strange phenomena have appeared here. Many precious treasures have appeared, and ancient inheritances have appeared as well. There are endless disputes everywhere. Su Muxin said. I want legalism and dragons. The school of vertical and horizontal will get nothing, Du Xiaofu said, his killing intent surging. This time, he had unknowingly taken another step forward. Most importantly, he had obtained a life-saving talisman, which was enough for him to truly slaughter people from legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. In the god domain, Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. This was especially true for the shamelessness of legalism. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He would not let them off so easily. It was time to collect his debt. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures soon disappeared from the abyss, turning into rainbows and disappearing into the sky. The ancient palace was surrounded by broken walls and ruins. This was a temporary stronghold of legalism. People of legalism, get out here! Du Xiaofu arrived at the entrance of the ancient palace. His voice resounded, shaking the void. Are you courting death? Dozens of figures rushed out from the ancient palace. Their gloomy voices were like thunder. Courting death! Du Xiaofu stood in the air and shouted in a low voice. He was slightly disappointed. Those who ran out were all followers of legalism. There wasn't a single true disciple of legalism. Not good, it's the Demon King Du Xiaofu! These followers of legalism rushed out of the palace. They were arrogant when they suddenly saw the purple-robed figure. Their faces immediately turned pale, and their souls trembled. Run, quick! Quickly informed the experts. The Demon King Du Xiaofu has appeared! Gazes after gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. They suddenly became sluggish, and then turned pale with fright. They immediately ran away, not daring to stay. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Du Xiaofu made his move. Several finger imprints rushed out, and golden light pierced through the void, killing a large number of figures. However, he did not seize their life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu let 2 people go, but he also captured one. As his claw landed, runes flashed as he used the soul-searching technique to search the memories of his primordial spirit. Xiaojing has come in. Moments later, Du Xiaofu's gaze fluctuated. This was the information he obtained from the primordial spirit of this follower of legalism. His sister, Xiaojing, was also in the divine realm, just as he expected. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also learned that another leader of legalism had entered the divine realm, and his status was extremely high. Qin Wudi. Du Xiaofu remembered this person in his heart. From the primordial spirit of that follower of legalism, he learned that Qin Wudi's status among the legalism that had entered the divine realm was not below his sister's. Boom! Moments later, a golden fist landed on an ancient and dilapidated palace in one of the strongholds of the House of Vertical and Horizontal. It turned everything within 1,000 zhang into ashes and ruins. Dozens of disciples and followers of the House of Vertical and Horizontal were buried within. There were continuous mountain peaks and lush greenery. There was an ancient cave residence, which was a temporary stronghold of the dragons. This place originally contained an ancient inheritance that had been seized by the dragons. Because it was close to the center of the divine realm, this place had become a stronghold of the dragons, and was responsible for communicating information. Kill! The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's arrival startled many figures. They turned into vicious birds and ferocious beasts that rushed into the sky. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu unsheathed his sword, and a purple-gold sword radiance illuminated half the sky. With the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand, the ancient cave residence was destroyed. All the demonic beasts were skinned and bled, and their secret bones were dug out. Soon after, Du Xiaofu appeared on many of the legalism strongholds and killed them all. Everywhere he went, nothing could stop him. Du Xiaofu used the spirit-searching technique and easily found out about the strongholds of the 3 great clans. He also learned a lot about the situation. Du Xiaofu was on a killing spree. Although everyone had a life-saving talisman, this was still enough to shock everyone. Within a day, Du Xiaofu had swept away many of the 3 great clans' people, and his killing caused everyone to tremble. This is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's revenge. He's angry! The legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal declared that they would deal with the Demon King with all their strength and kill him. Who would have thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would not only appear, but also start a massacre? There's news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, doesn't have a life-saving talisman. I wonder if it's true or not. If the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, doesn't that mean that the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons want to kill the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, in the divine domain? The clouds were moving in all directions. People were discussing this in astonishment. The most shocking thing was that even those who converted to the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal would be killed mercilessly by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Rumbling noises echoed in the mountains. Roar! A large number of demonic beasts and humans were fighting, and an astonishing battle unfolded. Kill all these bastards! Do you think that my desolate country is afraid of you? Du spoke. Lightning martial veins covered his body, and the sword in his hand overflowed into the sky, killing in all directions. Behind him, many disciples of the legalism and experts of the desolate country, such as the mysterious Flood Dragon King and the Golden Condor King, were fighting with all their might. They had improved their martial veins through the divine lightning body tempering and were nourished by spiritual herbs. Therefore, they had the opportunity to enter the divine domain and had the talent to step into the martial domain realm. Tianwu Academy isn't afraid of the dog-hit dragons, Ghost Child spoke. A ghostly light covered his eyes, and they were cold. Black xianqi and runes flashed, and a faint baleful aura overflowed into the sky. The Wu Kei followed beside Ghost Child. Her graceful body was in the sky, and she was extremely alluring. Dazzling runes surrounded her, and the aura of the netherworld was emitted. Her aura was like a rainbow piercing the sun, and a dazzling radiance swept across the sky. Gui Xiaofeng activated his sword art, and a large number of sword shadows crisscrossed. Runes bloomed and danced in the air, as if they wanted to destroy the universe. The sword shadows pierced through space. Liu Xiao Yifeiyu and the others were also among them. They attacked with all their might, and their attacks were fierce. After all these years, they had also changed. They were already outstanding, and now, they were even stronger. Everyone, cooperate with the formation! Someone shouted. It was the child of the sacred array, Xin Qinchun. His inverted triangular eyes had a divine charm. He activated the Xian divine pagoda in his hand, and set up the six-wheel blood-killing formation. Murderous aura surged, and the runes shone brightly, forming a terrifying whirlpool that swallowed the surroundings. A blood-red mist filled the sky, and a baleful aura circulated. It corroded souls, and many huge demonic beasts were swallowed like ants. They were destroyed, and the demonic beasts escaped with their life-saving talismans. Boom! Master Apothecary Iwuming was also among them. He did not activate his puppets, because puppets could not increase their power in the divine domain. If they did not reach the initial stage of the martial region realm, it would be useless to activate them. Master Apothecary Iwuming activated his spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron to block a huge dragon. Kill! At this moment, the people from the desolate country were facing the dragons. They had come prepared. Hundreds of huge demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the valley, so the people from the desolate country could not take advantage of them. You are all dead! A huge dragon stretched across the sky, resisting Xin Qingchun's six-wheel blood-killing formation with its own strength. This was a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon. Although it was suppressed in the divine domain, it was still at the initial stage of the beast region realm. However, the aura of this huge dragon was even more terrifying and powerful than Dragon Fifth's. Rumble! This battle was too shocking. It tore through the void, caused the sky to collapse, and turned everything into ruins. Energy runes lit up the sky. Whoosh whoosh! Two figures broke through the sky, passing by many shocked onlookers in the distance, and landed on the battlefield. It was a youth in purple battle robes, and a beautiful woman with a huge demonic charm. How dare you touch my desolate country, mixed-blood dragon! As he shouted, the youth in purple battle robes attacked. He smashed a dragon that was fighting fiercely with Master Apothecary Iwuming into meat paste with one punch. Chapter 16:12. The Master Apothecary Iwuming raised his eyes. His grey robes fluttered as he looked at the familiar figure. His fierce gaze immediately turned into pleasant surprise as he cried out. You've finally come. Elder Yi, are you all right? Du Xiaofu arrived at Iwuming's side. He had already stuffed quite a few pills and spiritual medicines into Iwuming's hands. I'm fine. It's no big deal. Yi Wuming put away the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. He did not have time to take any pills to heal himself. He shook his sleeves and immediately said, "Everyone, attack with all your might. The Rock Emperor is here. The President is here. Kill! Brother Xiaofu is here. Attack with all your might. It's that guy. Kill!" In that instant, the people from the desolate country seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant. Their might surged as they attacked with all their might. Su Muxin had already made her move. Her spiritual root took form and she used the Cunyan tiger taming technique. A huge white tiger roared and tore through space. Du Xiaofu looked at the scene. With a shake of his sleeve, the illusory sword formation in his right palm was activated. Several hundred streaks of sword light were activated, cutting through space as inscriptions erupted. Kill! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure charged out one after another. With Du Xiaofu's strength, he could sweep through anyone at the same level of cultivation, let alone when he attacked with killing intent. At the level of nirvanic cultivation, these demons and dragons battle servants who had been suppressed to beginner level could not compare to him at all. He killed in all directions. Over 100 demons and dragons battle servants were basically killed in an instant. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, but all the life-saving talismans were of great use. Du Xiaofu's gaze finally landed on the descendant of the true dragon. His aura was even stronger than Dragon 5's. Du Xiaofu knew that this was Dragon 6 from the Dragon clan. He was indeed stronger than Dragon 5. "Brother Qing Chun, leave this mixed-blood dragon to me." Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the six-wheeled blood-killing array. His figure appeared extremely small in front of the huge dragon body, but his invisible aura distorted the void in all directions. He was no weaker than Long Lu. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Jin Qing Chun immediately retreated. The six-wheel blood-kill array was suppressed in the space of the divine domain, so it couldn't do anything to Long Lu. It immediately killed the remaining monster beasts and dragons' battle servants. "Brat, are you that Du Xiaofu? You still dare to show your face? All the experts from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal are rushing over. You don't even have a life-saving talisman. When the time comes, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Provoking us, the dragons, you are seeking death." Dragon 6's bloody mouth was ferocious, and an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't place Du Xiaofu in his eyes at all. This was the pride of dragons. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. His figure directly appeared in front of Dragon 6, and a vast force surged out, distorting the surrounding sky. It was as if a rock had descended to the 9 heavens, suppressing everything. Roar! Dragon 6 roared. That huge dragon body was crushed by a tremendous force, and directly shrunk to the size of dozens of feet. Deep fear appeared in his dragon eyes. Chila! Du Xiaofu stretched out both of his hands, and golden light shot out from his 5 fingers. 2 chaos-crushing claws swept out, and a golden talisman swept out, grabbing Dragon 6's body in the center of the claws. "Break!" Du Xiaofu shouted, and his hands tore with force. Dragon 6's body was directly split into 2, and dragon blood poured out. Roar, roar! Dragon 6 didn't die. He screamed again and again, and his roar shook the sky. But now that Dragon 6's cultivation was at the beast's realm, his dragon soul wasn't damaged, and his dragon body was only torn apart by Du Xiaofu. He wouldn't die at all. But Dragon 6 was restrained, and his body couldn't move at all. Du Xiaofu's ferocity in tearing Dragon 6 apart with his bare hands shocked everyone, and all of them revealed a look of fear. "Run, run quickly!" In an instant, the remaining demon beasts and battle servants didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately fled. Du Xiaofu had no intention of chasing after them. His eyes looked at the fleeing demon beasts and dragons' battle servants, and a cold light quietly flashed in his eyes. Then, he held the 2 parts of Dragon 6's body in his hands. "That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Dragons, legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, I'll kill every one of them I see." At dusk, the setting sun was as red as blood. Within the mountains, Du Xiaofu's voice was like thunder, echoing in the mountains for a long time. From that loud shout, everyone felt a wave of killing intent rushing towards them. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. The Chenhuang mainland wasn't a good thing for the experts of the dragons. Many demon beasts and battle servants fell from the sky, and they also brought news that the demon king Du Xiaofu was massacring the dragons. On this day, hundreds of people from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism had already fallen out of the divine dominion. Li Chenfa, Qin Tianshi, Gong Sunhua, and the others' faces were already extremely ugly. It could be said that among the three major powers, the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism, Du Xiaofu alone had wasted more than 1,000 to 2,000 life-saving talismans. Although the juniors, battle servants, and followers had entered the divine dominion again, if they encountered any danger, they would directly be killed. Too presumptuous. We must finish off that Wu as soon as possible. Such provocation must be killed. The elders of the three major powers, the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal, were already enraged. They were filled with hatred, and their eyes were about to spit fire. In the divine dominion, in a messy mountain range, the night sky was filled with stars, and the fragrance of meat filled the air. On the grill, 2 halves of Long Lu's body were being roasted, and the fragrance spread for 800 miles. There was a pot of dragon bone treasured soup on the side, and it was boiling with heat waves. Multicolored light rose, and energy filled the air, making people drool. The pitiful Long Lu was thrown to the side. The dignified descendant of the true dragons, one of the peak of the younger generation of the dragons, was now left with a bald head. Long Lu's eyes were filled with horror as he watched his body being stewed and roasted. The feeling was indescribable. Eat! When the fragrance of the meat filled the air, the group didn't hold back and ate heartily. Long Lu's body contained a large amount of energy, and they needed to replenish it after a big battle. They didn't hold back at all. Moments later, the roasted meat and dragon bone treasured soup turned into a large amount of pure energy in everyone's body. Diyu, Golden Condor King, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Gui Xiaofeng, and the others sat cross-legged and adjusted their breathing, absorbing the pure energy to recover. This place is dangerous. I'm afraid it will attract the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Jinqi Chun wiped the oil stains on the corner of his mouth, and his inverted triangular eyes glowed. In order to find you, the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism each used many methods to communicate. The school of Yin-Yang, school of Moism, and Golden Rock race helped because of you, but they didn't communicate with us. I'm afraid the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism have already received the news, and experts are rushing over. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming swallowed the dragon meat in his mouth with a satisfied expression. However, he frowned slightly, worried that the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal would come. In order to find Du Xiaofu and deal with him as soon as possible, the school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragons used many methods to communicate with each other. Although the desolate country also had the help of the Golden Rock race, school of Yin-Yang, school of Moism, and even the school of agriculture, these forces were only helping because of Du Xiaofu. Even if they received the news, they wouldn't be able to come too quickly. I'm just afraid they won't come. Du Xiaofu didn't think much of it, and didn't take it to heart. If you want to wait for them to come, then you have to be prepared. They have set up a killing trap, and I think we can learn from it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Su Muxin was also eating the roasted meat, like a fairy who had been tainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. She had been following Du Xiaofu all this time, so she could more or less guess what Du Xiaofu was thinking. Du Xiaofu looked at Su Muxin with a strange gaze and muttered in his heart, "Women are indeed the most vicious. The more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying she is. What are you muttering about?" Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and was a little surprised. Then she praised, "The dragon meat tastes good. If you like it, I'll cook dragon meat for you every day. How about that? Du Xiaofu immediately said. I'll get tired of eating it every day. Su Muxin's beautiful figure floated away as soon as she finished speaking. She sat cross-legged at the side and digested the dragon meat in her body, and the enormous energy contained in the dragon bone soup. However, at this moment, when he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Dragon 6, who was imprisoned at the side and only had his head left, had an indescribable resentment and anger in his eyes. Eating dragon meat every day would be a disaster for dragons. At this moment, Dragon 6's own body was being roasted and stewed. He was very clear that even if the last life-saving talisman protected his dragon soul and left, he would not be able to make any progress in the future. Jin Qi-chun retracted his gaze from Su Muxin and glanced at Du Xiaofu. He whispered to Du Xiaofu, "As far as I know, Ouyang Shuang's temper is not very good. She's very fierce, but I feel that this girl should be able to control the situation. In short, you should be careful." This? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jin Qi-chun. Brother Qingchun's words make sense. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming nodded seriously, then said, "But shouldn't we be wary of the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal thinking? I'm just afraid that they won't come." Du Xiaofu's expression was stern, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Long Lu, who was imprisoned beside him, in the center of his palm. Ancient runes rose from his palm and turned into a finger seal. Crack, crack! In an instant, the life-saving talisman in between Dragon 6's eyebrows was destroyed. At the moment when his eyes were filled with shock, a bolt of lightning swept through Du Xiaofu's fingertip. Bang bang! Dragon 6's ferocious head suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. There was no life-saving talisman that could protect his dragon soul. This is... Jin Qi-chun, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming and Master Apothecary looked at the scene in front of them. They clearly saw that Dragon 6 was completely dead. They suddenly stood up in shock and stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and said to Big Brother Jin Qi-chun and Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, "I understand a little. I'm afraid that the life-saving talisman won't be able to protect them anymore. You didn't use this method today. Could it be..." Jin Qi-chun looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly understood everything. His inverted triangle eyes were full of evil intentions and said, "You're deliberately luring them here. You want to do something big." Chapter 16-13. Brother Qi-chun, can you lend me your 6 wheels blood-killing array? Du Xiaofu smiled. His elder brother, Jin Qingchun's 6 wheels blood-killing array was ranked 9th in the world. It could devour the energy of any living being within the array for its own use and strengthen the array's controller. As long as it was strong enough, it could kill the world's top experts. All right, come find me more often next time. I'll let you control the 6 wheels blood-killing array first. Jin Qi-chun didn't hesitate at all and smiled. He already knew what Du Xiaofu was going to do. To him, this was definitely a good thing. Actually, I don't need to control it too much. Just let me use it at a critical moment. We don't have enough time. I'm afraid that even if you let me control the 6 wheels blood-killing array, I won't be able to display its mysteries. Du Xiaofu smiled. He already had an idea in his mind. He said to Jin Qi-chun, "We still have to make some preparations tonight. Then we'll wait for them to come. I hope they don't come too little, or it'll be a waste of my energy. All right, this time we'll kill them directly." Jin Qi-chun had never been a soft-hearted person. At this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu's expression, he knew that he was confident. The unlucky ones would be the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Whoosh whoosh. Then, everyone sat down cross-legged and adjusted their breathing. Du Xiaofu and the sacred array child, Jin Qi-chun, took advantage of the night to flicker around the surrounding mountains. Bang bang! Those who were still watching from afar and weren't afraid of making a scene were directly dealt with by Jin Qi-chun. They could only blame their curiosity for killing the cat. The night was so dark that the moonlight couldn't disperse. Broken walls and ruins were the remains of an ancient palace. A purple-haired young man stood there quietly. His clothes fluttered, and the space around him was somewhat distorted. In the night, his body emitted a kind of luster, releasing an ancient, magnificent, and desolate misty aura. Just by standing there casually, he seemed to be extraordinary and arrogant. Brothering Mo, Dragon 4, 7, and 8 are already on their way. Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal has come personally. We've also received confirmation that Du Xiaofu and Jinqi Chun are still at their original location. Dragon 6 is being held hostage by them. A young man's face was a little shocked, and his heart palpitated. He pondered for a moment and said, Long Lu's body seems to have been roasted and eaten by that kid. Phew! Under the faint moonlight, the young man looked up slightly. His purple hair was filled with the moonlight, and his handsome facial features were slightly raised. He murmured, He can't live. If he doesn't die, he will be a knot in my heart forever. Brothering Mo, that demon king Du Xiaofu is too ferocious. Should we wait for Uncle Woody to come? The young man asked, looking a little worried. There's no need. There's me, Su Yuni, and 4, 7, and 8 dragons. They must have brought that treasure of the dragon clan. It's enough. The purple-haired young man said. His eyes were filled with light. His right sleeve fluttered with the wind, but it didn't affect his temperament at all. He was still like a god, emitting the power of heaven and earth. The moonlight was setting in the west. A layer of white fog covered the mountains, gradually turning into a thin veil. Dawn was like a magical hand, gently parting the thin veil of fog. The sky began to brighten. Whoosh whoosh. From afar, a dense crowd of figures streaked across the sky as if they were piercing through the void. They turned into rainbows and instantly appeared above the mountains. They're a little slow. On a huge rock, the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body converged. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, shaking the space. He stretched, and the golden light in his eyes converged. Finally, it turned clear. Boom! At the same time, the surrounding aura suddenly awakened, shaking the void. They're here. Su Mushin stood up, her face rosy. She seemed to have benefited a lot from the dragon meat. There seems to be a lot of them. It's worth waiting for so long. Du Xiaofu smiled. His eyes rippled with golden light, and his figure disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Su Mushin, Jinqi Chun, Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, Du, Ghost Child, and Wu Kei immediately followed. On top of the mountains, no less than 2,000 figures gathered. Waves of invisible auras distorted the void, vast and vast, causing the void to tremble. It's legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and people from the dragons. Such a big lineup. Are they surrounding the demon king Du Xiaofu? Han Ningma from the Han family is a Nirvana supremacy. Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal is also a Nirvana supremacy. Dragon 7, Dragon 8, and Dragon 4 from the Dragon Clan. Oh my god, the Dragon Clan has sent out all their elites. Such a big lineup caused a commotion. Some people followed from afar and exclaimed, He didn't run. He should be prepared. Everyone be careful. He's a talisman master. In front of the mighty crowd, a purple-haired youth spoke. His robe's right sleeve was empty. He was Han Ningma, the number 1 of the younger generation of the School of Legalism. Back on the martial-proof platform, his supreme palm had been broken by Du Xiaofu, destroying his right arm and severely injuring him. In order to enter the divine realm, the School of Legalism had paid a huge price. Han Ningma, you lost to him back then. Once bitten, twice shy. You're afraid before the battle. A man in a gray battle robe stood in the sky. His temperament was gentle, but he gave people a feeling that he could tear everything apart. This gray battle robe youth stood beside Han Ningma. He wasn't drowned out at all. He was able to compete with Han Ningma and look down on everyone. He's a supremacy and has reached Nirvana supremacy. If you fight him alone, you'll definitely lose. Han Ningma spoke. His expression was very calm. Is that so? The man called Su Yuni raised his eyes slightly. He didn't say anything and didn't argue. It wasn't clear if he was confident and disdained to argue, or if he silently agreed with Han Ningma's words. Are we afraid of that brat when we have so many people? Even if there's a trap, we'll just break it. Let's get rid of that brat as soon as possible. If those people from the Inyang School, and Mo School, and School of Agriculture come, it'll be troublesome to kill that brat. A blue-robed young man opened his mouth. His voice was filled with an arrogance that flowed from his bloodline and bones. His body also emitted a dragon's might aura that caused the space to feel pressured for no reason. This caused some of the surrounding demonic beasts to be intimidated by his invisible aura, causing the depths of their beast souls to tremble for some unknown reason. Don't let that brat run away again. That brat is shameless. Beside the blue-robed youth, a young man in scarlet battle clothes that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly surged out of his eyes. He also emitted a vast dragon aura. Han Ningma's gaze swept across the two dragons, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. In the end, his gaze fell on a yellow-robed youth. His gaze was more serious as he said, Long Si, do you want to wait for Long San? Don't worry, us three brothers are confident. If you have any doubts, why don't we spar first? The yellow-robed youth raised his eyes. His eyes were deep and terrifying. The more he looked at them, the more he felt like a divine fire was burning. I'm just making sure. Don't underestimate him. Han Ningma spoke. His gaze was indifferent and sharp. He didn't want any accidents to happen this time. He didn't want to fail a second time. As his voice faded, Han Ningmo raised his head and looked ahead. His purple hair swayed behind him as he said softly, He's here. Whoosh whoosh, a figure swept down and appeared in the messy mountain peaks. At the front was a purple-robed youth, followed by a beautiful woman. She was holy and majestic, charming and charming. Beside the purple-robed youth, there was a gray-robed elder and a middle-aged man. The elder's eyes were deep and there was a faint golden light in them. Although the middle-aged man looked a little wretched, he had his own charm. His entire body was emitting a murderous aura that made people's hearts tremble. In an instant there were more than 100 people descending. All of them had a sharp aura and were outstanding. Their bodies were rippling with vigorous fluctuations. Whoosh whoosh, everyone's eyes fell on the purple-robed young man. Du Xiaofu! Many people's gazes suddenly trembled. They couldn't help but feel shocked. For many people who came, the purple-robed youth had given them too much of a shock. Du Xiaofu glanced around and saw many familiar figures. There were old acquaintances like Long Qi and Long Ba from the Dragon Clan. There were also many disciples from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He had seen them at the legalism demonstration stage. You seem to have recovered well. Du Xiaofu glanced at Han Ningmo. Han Ningmo's face was rosy and his breathing was stable. He had recovered from his injuries. Du Xiaofu, you're dead today, Long Ba said. His voice seemed to be able to shake the space. His eyes rippled like the waves of the sea. Back then, he had been captured and tortured. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were filled with hatred. Loser, you can't even withstand a single blow, Du Xiaofu replied. He didn't take Long Ba's words to heart. His gaze fell on the gray-robed youth from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. The invisible aura was enough to prove that he was the leader of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He said, Tell me your name. Remember, Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, the gray-robed youth said. His expression was calm, but his eyes were flickering like a divine fire. The School of Vertical and Horizontal wants to kill me too, Du Xiaofu asked. The dragons and legalism had a deep grudge against each other. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised that the dragons and legalism wanted to team up to kill him. However, Du Xiaofu was surprised that the School of Vertical and Horizontal wanted to kill him. He couldn't find anything from the Yuan spirits of many of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's disciples. Perhaps only a few of them knew about the School of Vertical and Horizontal's decision. You should have died back then. It's already a blessing that you've lived for so long. You and your father are the shame of the school of vertical and horizontal. Today, you must end it. Su Yunyi's voice was indifferent. His eyes were cold and murderous. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Golden light surged. The school of vertical and horizontal wanted to kill him. This matter seemed to have something to do with his drunkard father. There should be a talisman formation set up nearby. It's time to use it. Otherwise, I won't have another chance. Han Ningma's gaze swept across the surroundings. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were bright and clean, like a god descending to the world. His expression was calm. Accompanied by a powerful aura, he said, "However, I have bad news for you. The dragons have brought a treasure that can break through all talisman formations. You have no chance of winning." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.